To today's broadcast. Welcome to our special live stream of the United Nations 4th Universal Periodic Review, or UPR of India. The UPR isn't something that people are generally very familiar with, but don't worry, we'll be breaking it down for you today. So in a nutshell, the UPR is an important human rights review carried out on the floor of the United Nations building. During UPR sessions, 1/5 of the UN's member states are questioned and given recommendations by other countries regarding the state of their human rights record. Today, India is the nation under review for the first time since 2017, and we'll see how much pressure the international community is ready to put on the Modi regime to stop India's descent into fascism. Now, because we have limited time, let's do a quick breakdown of how our event is going to unfold today. We will begin our live stream of the UPR at 8:30 a.m. Eastern sharp. And after the session is over, we will be having today's stellar lineup of panelists to discuss how the review went. But right now, we want to hold a quick primer discussion to learn more about the UPR and what our expectations are for the upcoming session. I'm joined here today by some of our panelists, including our genocide desk researcher, who is right now in Geneva in front of the UN building. But let's start off with Mr. Wissam Al-Salibi, who is the director of the Geneva office of the World Evangelical Alliance, where he advocates with the United Nations on behalf of national evangelical alliances in over 130 countries for freedom of religion, rule of law, and human rights. Wissam, you and your organization have worked extensively with the United Nations. Can you give us a breakdown of what the UPR is and how it works and how much of an impact it has?
Thank you, Safa, and thank you, everyone, and thank you, the IMC, for organizing and inviting me to speak. The Universal Periodic Review in 2006, when during the transition from the Human Rights Commission to the Human Rights Council, the Universal Periodic Review was established in order to create, for the first time ever, a review mechanism for every single country in the world. Universal, we say universal because it's about every single human right, periodic because it's every 5 years. And this is kind of breakthrough if you look at it in the history of humanity. Finally, we have a platform to raise concerns and challenges and recommendations for human rights for every single country in the world. And so this year, there's been 3 sessions like every year. There are 3 sessions for the Universal Periodic Review, 1 in January, 1 in May, and 1 now happening in November. During every session, 14 countries are reviewed. This is how we end up with every single country in the world being reviewed once every approximately 5 years. And it's a peer review, meaning governments are the ones who issue the recommendations and suggestions and challenge the states on their human rights record. If we compare it with the Human Rights Committee, in the Human Rights Committee, independent experts ask the questions, whereas in the Universal Periodic Review, the governments are the people who are raising concerns. So what we will see in 30 minutes is India presenting its report before governments, and then governments asking questions and presenting India with recommendations on human rights, on every single human rights issue. So this is very briefly what the Universal Periodic Review is, taking place at the Human Rights Council.
Thank you so much, Wissam. And just as a quick follow-up question, how much of an impact does the UPR have on the state being reviewed?
It's a very, very good question. It goes back to the whole issue of how much of an impact are the UN mechanisms here in Geneva able to have. And I would say that it is a very important mechanism to put on the record the issues at stake. The impact will depend on many factors. One of them is the ability of organizations to provide, like ours, the nonprofit organizations, to provide input into the system before the review, during the review, and then follow up after the review. As such, the impact is, based on what we see, it may vary from one country to another country. However, we've seen impact, we've seen results coming from specific Universal Periodic Review if our effort is focused, if our effort is very focused, and we engage with the community of states globally in order to put forth the key issues that we view as a priority for any given country, in this case on India. We usually tend to see efforts. Now, India will have the opportunity to accept or note, meaning not accept recommendations. For recommendations that were accepted, that is considered a win. For recommendations that were only noted, I would still consider that the fact that these issues are brought up in such a forum at the United Nations in Geneva, it's considered to be also a win. So in that sense, this is a valuable platform that is, on one hand, we've never had this platform before. On the other hand, we see some successes, but not always. And we need to keep pushing and working.
Thank you so much, Wissam. And we're hoping to see India really put under a microscope here during this UPR session. I'm going to jump now to Ashlyn Lynch-Kelly, a researcher with IMC's Genocide Desk. As I mentioned, she is standing right now in front of the iconic flags that line the field in front of the United Nations building. Ashlyn, you're in Geneva right now, right outside. What's going on around you, and how is the UN preparing for the UPR?
Hi, yeah, so you're right. I am in Geneva right now. As you can see, I'm just in front of the UNHRC, where they will be having the upcoming UPR discussion. What's interesting is that you can see the impact of this event already on the ground. In the square that I'm in right now, there's actually a lot of posters that have been presented by protesters. Some of them say Assam under Indian siege. They mentioned the CAA, the National Register of Citizens, some of them even talking about the 1984 anti-Sikh pogrom and the impact of the legislation on Indian Christians. So we can already see that, and it's written in English and French, so you can see that people are really trying to engage here before you even consider what's actually happening in the meeting, which is very exciting. When it comes to the meeting itself, obviously, it's a very big opportunity to hold India to account for the human rights abuses. We've seen a huge increase in those abuses, and the fact that it provides us with an opportunity, or the nations with an opportunity, to hold India to account, not just for what has happened in the last 5 years, but for the fact that recommendations haven't been implemented. They still haven't implemented the Convention Against Torture. They still haven't implemented legislation to stop communalism, which was asked by the US and the UK last time. And if you look at the questions that have been submitted in writing, you can actually already see that there's a lot of enthusiasm to hold India to account, because there are countries that are directly calling out legislation. Belgium has explicitly listed the CAA as discriminatory and has questioned if it should be repealed or not. The United States is directly calling they've directly mentioned the hijab ban, something that I didn't really expect. So it's much more specific this time, and I do think India will be held to account in a much firmer way.
That is great to hear. And Ashlyn, you are one of our Genocide Desk researchers, so you're very much familiar with the trends in rising hate crimes, hate speech against minorities in India. Can you, for our viewers, very quickly summarize what are some of the main problems that India is facing in terms of human rights violations right now?
So when it comes to human rights violations in India, we see them at all different levels. So if we start off at the macro level, we have obviously the implementation of discriminatory legislation at the union level and also in states. So for instance, the anti-conversion laws. In Karnataka, we have the hijab ban, which is essentially ghettoizing education and forcing women to choose between freedom of religion or going to school, which is an obvious form of discrimination. We also have the role of the Supreme Court that has to be taken into account, the fact that we have discrimination in the judicial body at the heart of the judicial center of the country. And then if you go down to the state level, you have obviously the state implemented laws, for instance, the cow protection laws, which not only are kind of hinged on religion, especially if you look at the anti-conversion law and the fact that it's essentially been introduced to limit freedom of religion for Christians and those who are part of the religious minorities. But you also have the role of hate speech and local politicians. And then if you go right down to the micro level, then we have the role of the police, the militias that are essentially carrying out the violent attacks, for instance, cow lynching attacks. And finally, we have the fact that this legislation that comes right from the top is essentially giving those people at the very bottom who are committing the acts of atrocity a sense of and effectively complete impunity.
Ashlyn, thank you for that summary. Hoping to see India called to account for all of those. I'm going to jump now to Ria Chakrabarty, who is Policy Director at Hindus for Human Rights, one of our coalition partners. So Ria, Ashlyn touched on this a little bit, but she mentioned that countries will often submit advanced questions ahead of the UPR, which are made available to the public. You've reviewed those questions as well, which include submissions from the UK, Sweden, Switzerland, and of course, the United States. Can you summarize what are countries gearing up to ask India about?
So as Aisling said, these advanced questions that other countries have submitted are often a hint to what the UPR session will look like. This group of questions, a lot of them are focused on minority rights. And the questions can be bucketed into three groups: international law, domestic law, and non-legislative issues. So the implementation of laws that are already on the books, or how India is going to uphold its human rights commitments. So under international law, many countries have asked India to ratify the Convention Against Torture and its Operation Protocol. Other conventions that India has been asked to ratify are for the protection of all persons from enforced disappearances, the Convention on the Rights of Persons with Disabilities, and the optional protocol to the Convention on the Rights of the Child. Two really important international laws that India has been asked about. One is the Rome Statute, and the other Liechtenstein asked is if India can join the Code of Conduct with regards to the Security Council's actions on crimes against humanity, genocide, and war crimes. So those are the international laws. Under the domestic laws, as Aisling also mentioned, there are a number of laws that particularly target minorities, but also allow law enforcement to conduct operations without impunity that members have asked India to repeal, including the Armed Forces Special Powers Act, anti-terror laws, and the Citizenship Amendment Act. The United Kingdom specifically asked India to protect minorities as per Articles 29 and 30 of the Indian Constitution, and others have asked India to strengthen child labor laws and abolish the death penalty. Finally, you have the non-legislative issues, which are the issues that people have raised with regards to the enforcement of laws or addressing certain issues. Again, religious minorities and minority issues feature very strongly in this. Countries have asked India how they will protect religious minorities from discrimination, as well as how they will prosecute those who commit majoritarian violence. This is an issue that we know has become even worse in the past 5 years. Others have been around child rights, the prohibition of caste-based discrimination, and especially the gendered aspects of caste-based discrimination. How will law enforcement enforce laws on gender-based violence? And then equal access to education, again, rights for the poor and disabled, and ensuring the safety of journalists, activists, human rights defenders, as well as ensuring the freedom of expression that they use to raise human rights issues.
Thank you for that summary, and we're hoping to see that all of these get really hammered in on the floor. So just a really quick side note, our viewers might know that the two of us were part of a delegation to Geneva recently, along with some of our coalition partners, to push country representatives to hold no punches in their questions and recommendations to India this year. So can you do a really quick rundown about the things we raised with different country representatives, who we met with, and what we talked about to them?
Sure. So we met with a number of primarily European countries. So the United Kingdom, Denmark, the Czech Republic, Italy, Ireland. I may have missed one or two.
Canada.
Yes, Canada. Wissam and Safa. If there are others I missed, please include those. Our coalition focused primarily on minority rights. And so again, you can see all of these minority rights issues woven into all of the questions that have been asked by most of the countries. We specifically raised questions around the Citizenship Amendment Act, the use of anti-terror laws like the UAPA to arrest protesters around the CAA, around other cases. And we also raised the questions of caste-based discrimination, particularly for Hindu and Muslim members of the Dalit community. And, you know, we also asked countries to ask the Indian government to denounce hate speech, denounce the persecution of minorities. Again, I think all of these questions will be asked or have been asked already. And the reception that we had in our meetings, at least, were very warm and positive to what we had to say.
Definitely. I can add a little bit onto that. Some of the specific issues that we raised to diplomats was these ongoing calls for genocide. So this is something that we really wanted to drive home. It's not just about hate speech anymore. It's not just about bullying online. It's about these large-scale calls for mass violence, comparisons with Myanmar and the violence against the Rohingya. These are very explicit calls for mass killings of Muslims in India. And we also raised the issue of violence against women and the normalization of sexual harassment against specifically Muslim women, the auctioning them off on social media apps, etc. So these were some of the main things we wanted to drive home. And we really hope to see that India is called out on specifically calls for genocide and the fact that the Modi regime has done absolutely nothing to combat that. So I'm going to jump now to Ajit Sahi, our advocacy director with IAMC. So Ajit, you've done advocacy in Geneva before, and you are also familiar with the UPR process. What would be our ideal income as people who are hoping that India improves in its human rights record? And what can we realistically expect to happen during India's UPR?
Yes, thank you, Safa, for asking this very important question. Thank you, first of all, for inviting me to this program, and I'm very happy and honored to be part of this great panel. Aisling is in Geneva right now. That is absolutely amazing. It's important for us to keep track of what's going on in Geneva. Wissam, are you in Geneva right now? You are, right?
Yes, I'm in Geneva.
We have two people from Geneva. We have two people who have been to Geneva. I'm wondering, what am I doing here? But of course, if I count that I was in Geneva too, the last time India's UPR cycle happened in 2017. The best outcome for all of us, Safa, you asked, well, the best outcome would be if India's Solicitor General Tushar Mehta, who is leading the Indian delegation, if he accepts all the criticism that comes India's way and says, we are really sorry, yes, we accept whatever has been said about us, and I'm going to go back and make sure that things change. Unfortunately, that's not what he's going to say. If we look at what happened the last time in 2017, it's actually very disappointing how governments behave at the UN Human Rights Council, especially India's government. And one would expect India being a democracy, it is always called the world's largest democracy because it has the world's second largest population of 1.4 billion people, which is second only to China. And as we all know, China is not a democracy. It's a one-party rule. It's an authoritarian autocracy. And India is a multi-party democracy which holds elections every 5 years, federal elections and then state elections. And yet India's human rights record absolutely rivals China. In many ways, it can easily be said that India's human rights record is worse than China's in many ways. The last time in 2017, it was actually, like I was saying, a very disappointing to hear Indian delegations say, yes, there is human rights violation, but the only human rights violation in India is the terrorists coming in from Pakistan and killing people in India, and that's the only human rights violation going on in India, which of course is preposterous because the public knowledge about India's violations of human rights is epic. You know, there is tons of information available. It's being tracked by the grassroots activist organizations, by governments themselves for ages. Extrajudicial killings, prolonged detentions, cruel, inhuman state behaviors, including torture, incidentally. If you read the report of the working group of the UN Human Rights Council that has been submitted ahead of this UPR. The report was submitted, I think, in August. I think this happened in August. I think August 19th is when they submitted this report. If you read that report, you will find that one of the first, and this is a Human Rights Council working group on UPR report, right? And one of the first things they say is that, and I'm going to read from it, the United Nations country team recommended that India ratify all the international instruments that it had signed and sign and ratify those to which it was not yet a party, including the Convention Against Torture and Other Cruel, Inhuman, or Degrading Treatment or Punishment, the International Convention for the Protection of All Persons from Enforced Disappearances, the optional protocols to the International Covenant on Civil and Political Rights, the Convention relating to the status of refugees, the protocol relating to the status of refugees, the Convention relating to the status of stateless persons, and the Convention on the Reduction of Statelessness. So if you look at it, torture, inhuman, degrading treatment, enforced disappearance, I mean, on none of this, India has either signed, or if it has signed, it has not ratified. Now, if you sign a UN convention, an international convention, but if you do not ratify it, that basically means that your signing that convention is completely irrelevant, because you have no, it's only after you ratify it that as a country you move forward and you start you start embedding that protocol, that convention, in your local laws, in your local executive systems, in your judicial systems. You make laws, you empower the law enforcement. In India's case, for example, in 1984, this convention against torture was, it goes back to 1984. It was adopted by the global community in 1984. We are in 2022. So 38 years later, India has not ratified the Convention Against Torture. Pause for a minute and think about it. India ranks at one of the highest levels of torture of its populations. What it does, there are statistics that tell us that every day, about 10 people are killed in either police or in police custody, at a police station, or in a prison across India. 10 people. That's more than 3,500 people killed in police or prison custody over just 1 year. If we look at this century, how much does it make? That's almost 80,000 people. 80,000 people. Now you have this amazing, global image of India as being the largest democracy and all of that stuff. And here is India, just this century, in the last 22 years, killing more than 80,000 people without absolutely any recourse to judicial oversight, leave alone punishment. In just the police stations, forget about the other kinds of violence, the police stations and the prisons. And if you look at Kashmir, if you look at the Northeast, there is no end to enforced disappearances. In Kashmir, for the last 35 years, there's a huge movement. There are organizations tracking enforced disappearances going back 30 years. Their families, survivors, are looking for their loved ones who have not been heard from for 35 years. And that just goes on and on and on. So India is not only a serious, but a serial violator of human rights. And it is shocking, degrading of India's democracy, and absolutely unacceptable for the global community, especially the Western community, which has unfortunately in recent years been kowtowing before Indian government only from a very myopic perspective of making business and commercial gains with India. The fact is that India should be held to account at today's session, which begins in a few minutes, and India must be held to those standards that the Western world, the West Europeans and North Americans hold themselves to.
Thank you so much, Ajit, for that powerful concluding before our live stream starts remarks. So the UPR session is about to start in just a few minutes. So I'm going to wrap it up here for now. And I'm going to ask our viewers, make sure you stay tuned for the panel discussion that we'll be having once the session is over. We do have more speakers who will be joining us. And in the meantime, please watch our live stream, follow our live tweets. We'll be seeing you again very soon, and we will be breaking down what hunt down in the UPR, and what went well, what didn't go so well, and what should we try for next time. So please stay tuned.
Yes, I think there are a couple more minutes before the program starts, before the UPR, India's UPR starts. As I was talking earlier, if I may continue up talking about this, if you look at the documents, I mean, this is, earlier somebody was speaking, one of the panelists, I think it was Riya Chakravarti of Hindus for Human Rights, who was talking about the indigenous populations. Now, one of the recommendations by the working group of the UN Human Rights Council is ensuring that the principles. So, for example, the special rapporteur protection under the heading Promotion and Protection of Human Rights, the working group writes, and I quote, "The special rapporteur on water and sanitation stated that Dalits were victims of the gravest forms of caste-based discrimination, often had limited or unequal access to resources and services, including water and sanitation, and were disproportionately affected by poverty. More than 20% of Dalits still did not have access to safe drinking water, and about 50% of Dalit villages were denied access to water sources." So if we are looking at this situation with Dalits, and if the UN Human Rights Council has to step forward and to talk about and to recommend that India do better on its record with the Dalit people, then that is definitely, that speaks volumes about how India is failing on its human rights. Of course, as has been spoken before, as Aisling from Geneva was talking about, about CAA, about NRC, the fact remains that India has never seen the level of human rights violations that are going on in 2022. So compared with 2017, the last time India was evaluated at the UPR, at the UN Human Rights Council in the month of May in 2017, at that time, there was no CAA, there was no NRC, there were no love jihad laws. The anti-conversion laws across India had not shot up as they have happened now. I think there are about 13 Indian states that have legislated anti-conversion laws that are in complete violation of the constitutional freedoms to decide your fate for every individual, every citizen. The whole gamut of human rights violations that have expanded, especially in Kashmir, because in 2017, it was during Modi's first term as prime minister from 2014 to 2019. And the violations of human rights in Kashmir had, of course, they'd been going on for 35 years. But at that point in time, Article 370 had not been revoked. The mass arrests had not happened. The extreme dehumanizing and the extreme torture of the people had not yet started on an industrial scale. Now, the situation in India is much worse. Just to take one example, the violence that occurred in Delhi in February of 2020, for which there are dozens of people who have been put in prison. Many of them are Muslims. About 18 of them are accused of carrying out that violence, which is preposterous because these are Muslim student leaders, youth leaders who are actually peacefully protesting against the Citizenship Amendment Act. And they were nowhere near the violence that occurred in East Delhi. And yet the Indian police, which reports directly in the city of Delhi, which is the capital, it reports directly to Mr. Modi's government. And that police has jailed these very leaders who were peacefully and non-violently protesting against the CAA, the Citizenship Amendment Act, and accused them of being the masterminds and being the actual instigators of the violence. Now, we all know it has been established by multiple independent sources, multiple independent fact-finding teams, by Amnesty International, and most recently, a couple of months ago, by a team of very prominent Indian intellectuals, jurists. In fact, the team was led by a former judge of the Supreme Court of India, which clearly found that it was the police which was responsible for allowing the violence to happen. And many of the reports have found that it was the BJP, India's ruling party, whose supporters, especially from what is known as the RSS family, the Sangh Parivar, the Hindu supremacists, mobs of Hindu supremacists, they were the ones that carried out the violence in Delhi in February 2020. In that violence, as our viewers would recall, 50 people had died. 35 of them were Muslims. So this has completely gone unacknowledged by the Indian government. And this is just one of the violence that the Indian government, that the state governments carried out right after the anti-CAA protests broke out in December of 2019. I remember one day, I think it was probably 20th of December 2019, as many as 20 people were killed. Many of them were shot by the police simply because they were protesting. If this had happened in Hong Kong, it would have made top news in all of the Western world, including in US and Canada and England, Germany, France. But this happened in India. In many ways, the West is also complicit in this ongoing violence in India because the West refuses to call this out. The West refuses to hold India to account. Safa?
Yes, sorry about that. I've experienced some internet interruptions, but thank you so much, Ajit, for that great information. It was really useful in contextualizing what is the big picture that's going on in India right now. I have another follow-up question for that. As we know, the Modi government and the media that is very much hand in hand with him are very sensitive to any sort of international criticism of India. How do we think that this UPR session and whatever criticisms are raised will affect people on the ground in India? How will the Indian public react to this?
Was that a question to me?
Yes.
Hello?
Yes, it's a question to you.
All right, okay. So on the ground in India, the Indian civil society is under serious assault, really serious assault. I was shocked. I thought that nothing that Mr. Modi, Narendra Modi, India's prime minister, can do will shock me. But I was actually shocked when about last week, it was reported that he said that we have to go after not only the people who have guns in their hand, but also the people who have pens in their hand. This is coming directly from the Prime Minister of India. I cannot imagine even Vladimir Putin the Russian leader, or Xi Jinping, the Chinese president, openly saying, of course, their governments practice all kinds of authoritarian crackdowns, but openly for Xi Jinping or Vladimir Putin to say that we will go after people who hold the pen, who speak, who write. So, I mean, the Prime Minister of India is clearly saying that he will crack down on free speech. How much worse can it get in India? This, coming from the Prime Minister, is nothing short of full-blown authoritarianism. The India's constitution guarantees freedom of speech. Article 19(1)(a) guarantees freedom of speech. But now the Prime Minister says, oh, there are people who are holding the pen and who are supporting those who are holding the gun, and therefore we have to go after not only the people who hold the gun, but also the people who hold the pen. This kind of this talk I have not witnessed in many, many countries for decades. I mean, this is the kind of talk you would find in absolutely broken, dystopian, dysfunctional autocracies, despotic countries, maybe in Africa, although I do not want to defame Africa. Yes, Shreya, go ahead, please. I don't want to be the only one speaking.
Absolutely.
Yeah, I just wanted to add, what Modi has said seems very similar to what we've heard now in a lot of hard right countries where hard right authoritarians have vilified journalists. Even in the United States, obviously, Donald Trump is not president right now, but he has said violent things about journalists. Things like, we'll open up the libel laws, has called to attack journalists in the room at rallies. In Brazil, Bolsonaro, when he was president, often attacked journalists as well. And the hostile environment on journalists directly related to the rise in violence in El Salvador, Mexico, places where we've seen authoritarian-leaning leaders encourage violence against journalists. That's why India and Mexico are two of the deadliest countries for journalists right now. In the Philippines, Rodrigo Duterte, whose daughter is now vice president, and President Marcos as well. His family have always been hostile to journalists. The Philippines is, again, an incredibly deadly place to be a journalist, to the point that one opposition newspaper won the Nobel Peace Prize because of the risk of criticizing the press in the Philippines. And I think it's safe to say that right now, India's press is just as dangerous as the Philippines or Mexico or Turkey.
Absolutely. Thank you so much, Ria and Ajit. I know that the United States has actually raised a question regarding this in their preliminary questions that they're posing towards India, and I'll read that out. Several concerning trends in the press freedom space have been noted across the country and online. Access Now found that India has the highest number of internet shutdowns globally. Reporters Without Borders ranked India as 142 out of 180 countries in its 2021 World Press Freedom Index. In a similar vein, the Committee to Protect Journalists reported that India has the highest number of journalists killed in retribution for their work. I mean, these are staggering numbers and pretty much shameful for a country that is known as the world's largest democracy. I'm going to go back to Ashlyn right now. Ashlyn, can you talk to us about one law that's being brought up repeatedly by a lot of different countries, that is the Foreign Contribution Regulation Act, so the FCRA. Do you mind shedding light on that for us? And if anyone else also has background information on that, please feel free to hop in. But Ashlyn, can you tell us why this law has raised so many concerns for so many countries?
Yeah, absolutely. So this has been brought up, as you said, quite a number of times in the pre-submitted questions to the Indian delegation. And the law, it comes down to protecting civil society and important organizations within civil society, and ensuring that aspects of civil society, but also NGOs, have access to basic institutions. So, for instance, there was a recent Amnesty International plea to give them access to detention centers in Kashmir and also to judicial cases, because they're not being allowed to have the exposure, but also there's a lot of infringement on the rights of those who work in civil society, for instance, who work in NGOs, not just journalists, and it's really not enabling people to understand the situation, but it's also just a basic right to be able to understand what's happening, and it's eroding basic freedoms.
Thank you so much, Ashlyn. I'll follow that up. Actually, we've been talking a lot about the way Indian Muslims and Dalits are being affected. However, another major target by the Hindu supremacist government and Hindu supremacist groups are Indian Christians. Can we talk a bit about anti-conversion laws and how this is jeopardizing Christian communities across India?
Yeah, is that for me or for anybody?
I'll hand it over to you.
Okay. Yeah, so when it comes to the work of the IAMC, we don't just look at the impact of legislation and the impunity given to militias on Muslims, but on all religious minorities. There's a lot of Christians in India because it's such a huge country. So even though it's a very small minority, if you look at the percentage, we're talking about a really large number of people whose rights are being violated because they don't have the basic freedom of religion that you would expect in what is perceived to be the world's largest democracy. So the anti-conversion laws, what they're designed to do is essentially stop people from freely practicing their religion, because if you assemble as a group of, for instance, Christians in a lot of cases, then and allegations are made against you that you're trying to convert people, then you will be arrested by the police. A lot of Christians in India come from lower socioeconomic backgrounds, so they're less likely to be able to access lawyers. They're less likely to know their rights. And in certain situations, it's been very prominent in Uttar Pradesh. There's been women who've held birthday parties for very young children who invited neighbors over. Somebody then called the police, and they're now languishing in prison because they don't have the access to the legal teams that they need to be able to fight what is alleged to be religious conversion, but it really isn't. So it's basically a means of stopping people from practicing the religion that they belong to.
Thank you so much, Ashlyn. On that note, actually, IMC has worked extensively, or not extensively, but like we have been working in partnership with our coalition partners to raise awareness about Indian Christians, Dalits, other minorities, and these are all like issues that have been noted by the United States Commission on International Religious Freedoms. So I wanted to ask Ajit or Ria, if either of you could come on and talk about what is USERF saying about India, and what are the concerns they've been raising, because it's not just NGOs right now that are talking about India's human rights violations. It's at the government level now, and that is what USERF is. So Ria, could you comment more on that?
Sure. So the U.S. Commission on International Religious Freedom, or USERF, monitors international religious freedom around the world. They were authorized to be created by the International Religious Freedom Act, and in their current formation, they put countries on a list of countries of particular concern, which means that the governments have either allowed for severe religious persecution or are actively religiously persecuting minorities. India has been on this list now 3 years in a row. So since the beginning of the CPC list, India has been on that list. It's up to the State Department and the president to accept these recommendations and formally put them on a list where then those people or countries will be asked to have funds restricted based on whether or not they are violating human rights and religious freedom, and what these issues will come up in diplomatic talks. So every year, the president, either President Trump or President Biden, has declined to accept the recommendation on India. And this has become point of concern, why the State Department has not recommended that the president accept USCIRF's recommendation, or why Secretaries Pompeo or Blinken haven't accepted these recommendations on behalf of the presidents that they served. So that's really what's happening at the US right now. And these issues are often, also chronicled by the State Department.
Thanks so much, Ria. And just as a follow-up question to that, what is, oh, actually, I'm just getting a notification that India's UPR is beginning right now in audio form. So let's jump over to that. I think the video will start playing eventually, let's hope. But for now, let's go over to the audio of the UPR that is happening right now. And we will see you back here, viewers, for the after session panel discussion.
Safa, you have the link. If you can play it from your laptop, then we can all hear it.
Sure, give me 1 second, please.
Of Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam mean the world is the family, and Sarvodaya, which means welfare of all, have inspired it to contribute to the promotion and protection of human rights globally. India has been playing a leading role in global action against contemporary challenges of terrorism, pandemics, climate change, radicalization, and violent extremism, sustainable development, which all impact on enjoyment of human rights of people. India's developmental partnership with Global South contributes to enjoyment of human rights in partner countries. Mr. President, I now invite the representatives of various ministries of India to outline the specific steps taken by India forward towards fulfilling its obligations in various domains of human rights. First, I invite the Vice Chancellor of the National Law University to speak on the preparation of the National Report. Thereafter, the representatives of the Ministries of Home Affairs, Women and Child Development, Minority Affairs, Social Justice and Empowerment, Rural Development, and National Institution for Transforming India will take the floor.
Thank you for giving me the floor. Mr. President, I am Professor Sri Krishna Deva Rao, representing the National Law University. We prepared the first draft of the National Report of India at the request of the Ministry of External Affairs. We closely followed the relevant guidelines of the OSCHR for the preparation, and efforts were made to make it as exhaustive, as inclusive as possible. The task required rigorous and comprehensive survey of the status of enjoyment of human rights in India, the governmental initiatives undertaken to enhance the same, and the challenges the country has been facing in the realization of human rights for its people. We therefore consulted several ministries and departments of the Government of India, relevant initiatives, schemes, and programs to reflect in the report the contributions and challenges to India's human rights. In addition, our report benefited from extensive consultations with other stakeholders consisting of non-governmental organizations, civil society groups, academia, national human rights institutions, judiciary, and domain experts. These consultations reflected different perspectives and diversity of views in the report. The report before you offers a comprehensive picture of India's achievements in realization of human rights obligations. Thank you.
Mr. President, I am Sunil Kumar Barnwal and I represent the Ministry of Home Affairs. The entire gamut of civil and political rights are enshrined in the Indian Constitution. Civil and criminal laws have inbuilt safeguards to uphold the rights of individuals and provide a special protection to the most vulnerable sections of the society. One of the significant efforts to protect human rights has been the enactment of the Protection of Human Rights Act 1993, under which the National Human Rights Commission and State Human Rights Commissions have been established with the mandate to protect, promote, observe, and study human rights as specified under the Constitution, as also the international covenants ratified by India. Terrorism is a serious threat to international peace and security, indeed to the entire humanity. It is the gravest form of violation of the most basic of human rights, the right to life. The government has taken several policy measures and enacted legislations to deal with the menace of terrorism and to protect the sovereignty, unity, and integrity of India. These legislations seek to secure a balance between the liberty of citizens and security of the state, overseen by an independent judiciary to ensure that there is no abuse or misuse. A similar approach has been taken to protect the freedom of speech and expression while ensuring that this right is not abused. There are
Audio.
crime. Article 23 of the Constitution prohibits trafficking in human beings and other forms of forced labor. The Indian Penal Code has been amended in 2013 to enlarge the scope of trafficking-related offences and provides for a stricter punishment to offenders. The government has also initiated a comprehensive review of major criminal laws in India in consultation with all the stakeholders. Law enforcement authorities and security forces are committed to dealing with law and order and security situations strictly in accordance with the principles of legal certainty, necessity, and proportionality. There are effective grievance redressal mechanisms to deal with any allegations of violation. India continues to prioritize human rights education as an integral part of the induction and in-service trainings imparted to police, security, and judicial service personnel. I thank you.
I'm Indra Malo and I represent the Ministry of Women and Child Development and will address the issue of the rights of the child. India is committed to ensuring the survival, protection, development, and participation of children following the principle of best interests of the child. The Constitution guarantees right to education to children between 6 to 14 years of age. In addition, the National Policy for Children of 2013 and National Plan of Action of 2016 focus on children's access to learning, nutrition, and institutional support for enabling them to grow and develop to their full potential. The school midday meal scheme provides nutritious food to 118 million children across 1.12 million schools. India has one of the world's largest outreach program, Integrated Child Development Services, which provides a package of services comprising supplementary nutrition, immunization, health checkups, and referral services, preschool, non-formal education, and nutrition education. As of June 2022, there are 1.39 million operational early education centers benefiting 77 million children from 6 months to 6 years old. The Juvenile Justice Act of 2015 mandates a security net of service delivery structures to provide institutional and non-institutional care for children in need of care and protection and children in conflict with law through foster care, kinship-based sponsorship care, adoption, and aftercare. India has enacted stringent laws to protect exploitation, child marriage, and child labor. Protection of Children from Sexual Offences Act of 2012 acknowledges various kinds of child sex abuse and provides stringent punishment for the same. The Prohibition of Child Marriage Act of 2006 makes child marriage a cognizable and non-bailable offence. Under the Right to Education Act and the Juvenile Justice Act, corporal punishment is prohibited in schools and institutions. In addition, to ensure safe cyberspace for children, the IT rules of 2011 mandate IT intermediaries such as internet, network, telecom service providers, search engines, and social media intermediaries, among others, to ensure that content harmful to minors is not displayed in any way. India has ratified the ILO Minimum Age Convention and the Worst Forms of Child Labor Convention. The Child and Adolescent Labor Prohibition and Regulation Amendment Act of 2016 prohibits employment of children. Commissions for Protection of Child Rights Act of 2005 mandates establishment of statutory commissions at the center and state levels to protect, uphold, and promote child rights. The National Commission for Protection of Child Rights monitors the implementation of these laws and ensure that all laws, policies, programs related to child rights are in consonance with the UN Convention on the Rights of the Child and Constitution of India. India remains committed to leave no child behind. Our statutory provisions and institutional mechanisms ensure that child protection and child welfare issues are addressed effectively. I thank you. I now turn to represent the Ministry of Minority Affairs. The Constitution of India recognizes both religious and linguistic minorities and provides for equality before law, equal protection of laws, and non-discrimination against any citizen on the basis of only religion, race, caste, sex, place of birth, or any of them. India is home to almost all religions of the world. Out of India's total approximate population of 1.37 billion in 2022, Muslims constitute 194.54 million, Christians constitute 31.5 million, Sikhs constitute 23.3 million, Buddhists constitute 9.59 million, Jains constitute 5.5 million, and Parsis number approximately 58,000 of the total population. All persons are equally entitled to freedom of conscience and the right to freely profess, practice, and propagate religion, subject only to public order, morality, health, and such other provisions as laid down in the Constitution. Linguistic minorities have the right to conserve their distinct language, script, or culture. Minorities enjoy the right to establish and administer educational institutions of their choice. The National Commission for Minorities has the mandate to protect the constitutional and legal rights of minorities. It evaluates the progress of the development of minorities, monitors the working of the safeguards provided in the Constitution and in laws enacted by the government, and looks into specific complaints. The Commission for Linguistic Minorities oversees all matters relating to the safeguards provided for linguistic minorities. In addition, the National Commission for Minority Educational Institutes was established in 2004, and it deals with all matters related with education of minorities. A range of legislations have been enacted to protect freedom of religion and punish offenses such as promotion of enmity between different groups on ground of religion, committing a deliberate and malicious act to outrage the religious feelings, or acts prejudicial to maintenance of national integration and harmony. Most recently, the Supreme Court of India has directed law enforcement agencies to take immediate suo motu cognizance of hate speech and proceed against the offenders in accordance with law. The government has launched a number of initiatives pertaining to education, skill development, access to credit, infrastructural and social development of regions with high concentration of minority populations to ensure the welfare of minorities. Importantly, in all such initiatives, 30% of benefits are earmarked for girls and women. I thank you.
Mr. President, I am Dhrijesh Tiwari. I speak on behalf of the Ministry of Women and Child Development on the issue of rights of women. India attaches the highest priority to ensuring safety and security of women and is committed to eliminating all forms of discrimination against women and to ensuring their holistic empowerment. The Constitution of India not only provides for equality, but also authorizes the state to take affirmative measures to promote gender equality. India has adopted a multi-pronged strategy to eradicate gender stereotypes that perpetuate discrimination against women. The measures aimed at bringing about attitudinal change span the domains of law, education and training, and include proactive measures in the form of administrative practices, schemes, and programs to overcome specific impediments to gender equality and provide enabling conditions for enjoyment of rights. The government has administered various special laws for the protection and empowerment of women, such as Domestic Violence Act of 2005, Sexual Harassment of Women at Workplace Act of 2013, Maternity Benefit Act of 2017, and Medical Termination of Pregnancy Act of 2021. These legislations promote, inter alia, equal participation of women in the workforce, ensures a safe and dignified work environment, and facilitate overall socio-economic empowerment of women. Paid maternity leave for women employees has been increased from 12 weeks to 26 weeks. The right to legal abortion has now been extended from 20 weeks to 24 weeks of pregnancy. The Supreme Court of India, in its recent judgment, recognized the right to legal abortion for all women, irrespective of their marital status. The government has also taken various measures for safety, security, and empowerment of women, such as, firstly, one-stop centers for women in distress and 24 hours helpline that provide emergency police, medical and legal aid, including counseling and shelter. Secondly, Beti Bachao Beti Padhao program has an exclusive focus on protection and education of girl child to improve child sex ratio and social behavior change. Thirdly, fast-track special courts have been set up for speedy disposal of cases of sexual violence against women and children. Anti-human trafficking units in all districts and women help desks at nearly all police stations ensure safe and secure environment for women. Fourthly, specialized attention has been given by the government on empowerment of women. Schemes such as Prime Minister's Jan Dhan Yojana, promoting financial inclusion, Stand Up India and Mudra Yojana, facilitating bank loans and entrepreneurial activities, have resulted in positive outcomes for women, which is reflected, among others, in the gender wage gap reduction that now stands at 13%, at par with many developed countries, as per latest ILO estimates. Political representation of women in parliament has witnessed a rise from 12% in 2014 to 15% in 2022. In Panchayati Raj institutions, which are essentially local bodies at district, block, and village level, representation of women is approximately 46%, as against the constitutional provision of 33% reservation. In addition, the government regularly conducts awareness programs about various laws relating to women's rights through workshops, cultural events, seminars, training, and advertisements in media. I thank you.
Mr. President, I'm Yogita Swarup, and I'm representing the Ministry of Social Justice and Empowerment. In line with its commitment to political, social, and economic inclusion, India has taken steps to empower the scheduled castes and scheduled tribes and is fully committed to their welfare. We have established the National Commission for Scheduled Caste and the National Commission for Scheduled Tribes to provide safeguards against exploitation of scheduled castes and scheduled tribes and to promote and protect their social, educational, economic, and cultural rights and interests. India's affirmative action program for the empowerment of vulnerable sections of the society is without parallel in its scale and dimension and ensures representation at various levels of decision-making, such as in legislative bodies, government jobs, as well as in educational institutions. The Prevention of Atrocities Act related to the protection of human rights of the scheduled castes and scheduled tribes, as amended in 2016 and 2018, provides for special courts for the trial of such offenses and the rehabilitation of victims. 193 special courts have been established as of 2022. A national helpline has also been established to ensure better implementation of these laws and to build awareness. In keeping with the vision of the government to economically empower the vulnerable and the marginalized sections, the budgetary allocations for their welfare schemes has been increased to about $11.25 billion in 2021. The Transgender Persons Protection of Rights Act of 2019 was enacted to prohibit discrimination against such persons in all spheres of life and to secure for them social security, education, and health facilities. In a landmark judgment of 2018, the Supreme Court of India decriminalized adult consensual same-sex relations. India was one of the first few Asian countries to do so. Similarly, the Government of India, in its endeavor to secure the rights of the elderly persons, formulated a national policy on older persons in 1999 and enacted the Maintenance and Welfare of Parents and Senior Citizens Act of 2007 to ensure financial and food security, health care, equitable share in development, protection against abuse and exploitation, and improve the quality of life of the elderly. Also, an amendment bill is under consideration to make the act more effective. An umbrella scheme called Atal Vayo Abhyuday Yojana was launched in 2021 for elderly care, awareness generation, capacity building. Further, an online portal called Sacred was launched in 2021 to keep the senior citizens economically independent after retirement. The Prohibition of Manual Scavengers and the Rehabilitation Act of 2013 prohibits employment as manual scavengers and hazardous manual cleaning of sewer and septic tanks. A national action plan is under implementation to eliminate manual cleaning of sewer and septic tanks and promote mechanization of cleaning operations across urban local bodies. For the welfare of scheduled tribes, the government has enacted the Scheduled Tribes and Other Traditional Forest Dwellers Recognition of Forest Rights Act of 2006. The government has also invested in the skill development programs for all its citizens and has already trained 61.5 million people with special focus on the marginalized and the vulnerable communities. I thank you.
Mr. President, Yadav, and I represent the Department of Empowerment of Persons with Disabilities. The issues concerning with empowerment of persons with disabilities are on the center stage of national development agenda of our government, and we are working for the welfare of 26.8 million persons with disabilities in India. India was amongst the first few countries to ratify the United Nations Convention on rights of persons with disabilities. The Rights of Persons with Disabilities Act of 2016 provides for community life, non-discrimination, access to justice, and protection from abuse, violence, and exploitation. It also provides reservation in government jobs and seats in government and government-aided higher educational institutions. The Rehabilitation Council of India Act of 1992 provides framework for rehabilitation courses and professionals. The National Trust for the Welfare of Persons with Autism, Cerebral Palsy, Mental Retardation, and Multiple Disabilities Act of 1999 provides special care initiatives. There are 9 national institutes to take care of specific needs of persons with locomotor, visual, speech and hearing, intellectual, psychosocial, and multiple disabilities. These institutes provide rehabilitative services to about 2.5 million persons with disabilities annually. The government implements various schemes and programs for empowerment of persons with disabilities. During the last 5 years, aids and appliances of worth about $180 million have been distributed to 2.3 million persons with disabilities. 1.42 million students with disabilities have been benefited under scholarship schemes. The government also supports non-governmental organizations for undertaking various projects, such as schools for different categories of persons with disabilities. During the last 5 years, 3,954 projects run by various non-governmental organizations have been supported, benefiting about 300,000 persons with disabilities. The government is implementing Unique Disability Identity UDID project to create a national database for persons with disabilities. So far, more than 8.3 million UDID cards have been generated. Independent chief commissioners and state commissioners for persons with disabilities have been appointed to monitor implementation of the Act and look into the grievances regarding deprivation of rights of persons with disabilities. The government remains committed to the empowerment and inclusive growth of persons with disabilities through proactive policies that are invariably framed in consultation with stakeholders. I thank you.
Mr. President, I'm Nivedita Prasad, and I speak on behalf of the Ministry of Rural Development. India is strongly committed to holistic, inclusive, and sustainable development for all its citizens, including the poor and the marginalized. India, with more than 65% of the population in rural areas, has adopted multi-pronged strategy to address multiple dimensions of poverty and improve the people's well-being. The enactment of the National Food Security Act 2013 marked a paradigm shift from welfare to rights-based approach, as it legally entitled 2/3 of the Indian population to receive subsidized food grains under the world's largest targeted public distribution system. The One Nation, One Ration Card plan empowers about 810 million beneficiaries under the Act, including the migrant workers. In addition, the government has taken several initiatives aimed at reducing poverty and providing basic amenities to the people. The Mahatma Gandhi National Rural Employment Guarantee Act provides guaranteed employment to 100 days to rural poor households to improve their livelihood base. Under the National Rural Livelihood Mission, more than 80 million rural households have been mobilized into 7.6 million self-help groups and have been provided financial and technical assistance for livelihood promotion. Under the Housing for All scheme, construction of 20.5 million houses in rural areas and 6.4 million houses in urban areas have been completed. The rural sanitation coverage stands at 100% under the Clean India campaign. More than 94% of the population have access to clean drinking water sources. The Rural Road Connectivity Scheme has improved the transportation network, reduced travel time, and improved access to schools, hospitals, and markets. The National Social Assistance Program provides financial assistance for elderly persons, widows, persons with disabilities, and families who have lost their primary breadwinner. Representation of women and marginalized communities in decision-making bodies at the district, block, and village level and other local bodies have been ensured through the 73rd and the 74th Constitutional Amendment Acts of 1992. Good governance measures like direct benefit transfers and Aadhaar payment systems have ensured transparency and accurate targeting of beneficiaries. For instance, 61.6 million workers under the Mahatma Gandhi National Rural Employment Guarantee Scheme have been linked to Aadhaar-based payments. We remain resolute to end poverty in all forms and dimensions and empower communities. I thank you.
Mr. President, I am Shashipal and I speak on behalf of the National Institution for Transforming India. During the past 75 years, India has made unprecedented growth and development. For instance, we are the world's second biggest food producer, growing about 315 million tons of food grains. Recent surveys point to a balanced gender ratio and life expectancy at birth to above 70 years. In the last 16 years, 415 million Indians have left lives of poverty behind. India has the world's third largest ecosystem for startups, with over 77,000 startups across 656 districts of the country, of which 107 are unicorns with a valuation of over $300 billion as of September 2022. The 650 million active internet users in the country today will expectedly cross 900 million by 2025. Much of the growth in internet users continues to be driven by rural India. We have 1,043 universities, 42,343 colleges, and 11,779 standalone institutions, many of them being private initiatives. India is strongly committed to holistic, inclusive, and sustainable development and to meeting the goals and targets set under the Sustainable Development Goals framework on time. India has developed a robust Sustainable Development Goals localization model whereby states and districts drive the adoption of global goals and targets with local means of implementation, monitoring, and evaluation framework. India recently assessed its achievements on Sustainable Development Goals both at the union and state level and presents its voluntary national review to the United Nations High-Level Political Forum on Sustainable Development. The first voluntary national review was submitted in 2017 and the second one in 2020. Despite the unprecedented challenges of the pandemic, India in 2022 has achieved more than 50% target in most of the goals of Agenda 2030. I thank you.
That concludes individual presentation from all members of my delegation. I now hand over the floor back to you, Mr. President.
Thank you very much. And thank you for the presentation, all the work, serious work done by the delegation, and for being here with us. Vamos a comenzar nuestro diálogo interactivo. Les recuerdo que el tiempo de interrupción son 55 segundos. El uso de las palabras recomendar o recomendación garantizará que las partes pertinentes de sus declaraciones se incluyan en la sección de recomendaciones del informe. Tiene la palabra en primer lugar el representante de la República Democrática de Corea.
Thank you, Mr. President. Pleased for being first. The DPRK delegation warmly welcomes the delegation of India and notes with appreciation its first national report in depth to the UPR. We commend the government of India for its strong efforts and tangible progress in implementing comprehensive development strategy through accelerated economic growth and broader social safety nets, with a strong focus on vulnerable groups and on women and children. Wishing the India further success, we have two recommendations. One, continue its efforts to ensure safety and security of women, eliminate all forms of discrimination against women, and ensure their empowerment. Two, continue its efforts for ensuring universal access to affordable health care for all, and with a special emphasis on groups in situation of vulnerability and enhancing the quality.
Tiene la palabra Dinamarca.
Go to Denmark. Mr. President, Denmark welcomes the delegation of India. Denmark commends India's efforts in improving gender rights for women, girls, and transgender people, and that India had made strong efforts to combat child labor with the ratification of ILO Convention number 138 and 182. Women and girls are especially vulnerable to the repercussions of climate change. Denmark recommends India to 1. Implement existing measures and ensure that adequate resources are set aside to strengthen girls' education and women's labor market participation in order to better their economic resilience towards climate change repercussions. 2. Improve the enforcement of the legal provisions to prohibiting harmful and discriminatory practices against women and girls in accordance with CEDAW. 3. Ratify the Convention Against Torture. Denmark wishes India a successful review. Thank you.
Thank you. Djibouti, vous avez la parole.
Djibouti, you have the floor.
Monsieur le Président, Djibouti souhaite la bienvenue à la délégation de haut
President,
niveau de la
high-level delegation of India and for the presentation
La
of the
délégation salue l'Inde pour le renforcement
delegation
de ces mesures prises en
India
faveur
on
de
the
l'égalité
strengthening
et de
of
la
measures aimed
non-discrimination
at
et
ensuring
l'encourage
equality
à
and
fournir la
non-discrimination,
protection
and we
adéquate en
encourage
faveur
India
des
to provide
minorités, des personnes
appropriate
et populations
protection for
vulnérables.
minorities and
Aussi,
vulnerable
Djibouti
groups
souhaite
and
formuler à l'Inde des
we
recommandations
would like to
suivantes.
offer the following
Premièrement,
recommendations. First of
continuer
all,
la
to
poursuite de la mise en œuvre des
continue
programmes et mesures d'accès au
implementing
logement pour les
the
sans-abri ainsi que
housing
celles visant
programs
au
for
moins de 100
homeless
produits dans le
people,
cadre de l'atteinte des objectifs du
also
logement pour
to
tous d'ici
ensure
2024.
that the
Deuxièmement, intensifier
2024
les
housing
efforts
for all goals
de
are
lutte
met.
contre le trafic des
Secondly, to step
personnes,
up efforts
notamment le
to
travail
fight
forcé et la
human
charge durant la
trafficking, in
parole, le processus
particular
de mise en œuvre du projet de loi 2022 sur la
slavery as
prévention, la
well,
prise en charge
by
et la
implementing
réadaptation
law
des personnes victimes de la traite.
2023
Enfin,
on
Djibouti
the
souhaite plein succès
care
de
and
l'Inde à l'occasion de cette
rehabilitation of
déclaration. Je vous remercie.
victims of human trafficking. Thank you very much.
Merci. Tiene la palabra
Thank
Egipto.
you. I give the floor to Egypt.
Por
سيد الرئيس، يثني وفد مصر على تعاون حكومة الهند مع الآليات
Thank
المعنية
you,
بحقوق الإنسان
President. We would like to India on its cooperation with the human rights mechanisms. We welcome the role played by the National Human Rights Committee. In the context of this dialogue, we have the following recommendations to make. First of all, to increase expenditure to ensure universal access to quality healthcare. Secondly, to expand the scope of the Act on Schooling for Children of 2009 to ensure that all children can benefit from 12 years of schooling. Thirdly, to continue efforts to ensure access to drinking water and sanitation and appropriate hygiene facilities, in particular for girls and women. We wish India every success.
Thank you. El Salvador tiene la palabra.
El Salvador, please.
Señor Presidente,
President,
agradecemos a la
we
delegación de
thank
la India
the
por la
delegation of
presentación
India
de
for
su
the
informe.
presentation of this
Con
report.
un espíritu
In a
constructivo,
constructive
El
spirit,
Salvador
El Salvador
recomienda
recommends
fortalecer
that
sus
India,
políticas
one,
para la
strengthen its
mitigación de la
policies
pobreza,
for poverty
continuar y
mitigation,
fortalecer
to
sus
continue
estrategias
and
para
strengthen
asegurar
its
el
strategy
acceso
to ensure
universal
universal
a una
access
asistencia
to
médica asequible
medical
para todos,
support for all,
mediante el enfoque de la
through an approach
universalización,
based on
la
universalization,
accesibilidad y la
accessibility,
infraestructuras
and
médicas.
an improvement of
Continuar la
medical
adopción de
infrastructure.
medidas para
To
eliminar todas
continue
las
adopting
formas de
measures to
malnutrición
eliminate
mediante el
all forms of
aumento de la seguridad
malnutrition by
alimentaria
increasing
en todo su
food
territorio. Acelerar
security
y
throughout the
fortalecer las
country,
medidas para
and
prevenir y
to
proteger a los niños de la
speed up
explotación
and
sexual,
strengthen
el
measures to
castigo
protect
corporal,
children from
el
sexual
matrimonio infantil
exploitation,
y el trabajo
bodily
infantil,
punishment,
así como para
child
brindar
marriage,
apoyo a
and
los
child
niños
labour, and
víctimas de
provide
delitos
support to
sexuales.
children who are victims
Deseamos
of
a India
sexual
éxitos en la
offences.
implementación de
We
las
wish India a very
recomendaciones.
successful
Gracias.
implementation of the recommendations. Thank you.
Gracias.
Thank
Estonia
you.
tiene
Estonia,
la palabra.
please.
Por favor.
Estonia welcomes the delegation of India to this UPR session. We welcome the India's efforts to tackle the poverty and ensure greater access to water and sanitation, and the government's commitment to eradicate violence against women. Estonia gladly notes that India has ratified ILO conventions on minimum age to employment and on the worst forms of child labor. Estonia would like to recommend India to carefully review the Foreign Contribution Regulation Act and the Unlawful Activities Prevention Act to ensure freedom of expression, assembly, and association, and the protection
protection of civil society organizations and human rights defenders. Persistently work to ensure and protect independent judiciary and functioning human rights institutions. Accept the country visit from the special rapporteurs on torture, right to privacy, right to freedom of assembly and association. Ratify the Convention Against Torture and its optional protocol, the second optional protocol to the ICCPR and the Rome Statute. Estonia wishes a successful review meeting. I thank you.
Thank you. Eswatini tiene la palabra.
Thank you, Mr. President. Eswatini warmly welcomes the delegation from India. We welcome developments made during the last review process. We applaud India for measures taken to combat corruption, improve accountability in government institutions. In the spirit of constructive dialogue, Eswatini recommends to India: 1. Ratify the Convention Against Torture and Other Cruel, Inhumane, or Degrading Treatment or Punishment. 2. Ensure that legislation for healthcare workforce ensures that healthcare workers are paid fair wages. 3. Continue strengthening existing child protection mechanism and dissuade child labor. 4. Further strengthen laws that protect religious minorities. In conclusion, Eswatini wishes India success in its review. I thank you.
Thank you. Ethiopia tiene la palabra.
Thank you, Mr. President. Ethiopia welcomes the high-level delegation of India to this UPR session and thanks the delegation for the comprehensive national report and oral update today. Ethiopia commends India for implementing the recommendation received during the previous UPR cycles and for the well performance on 8 of the 15 SDGs in 2020-2021, despite the COVID-19 pandemic. New measures introduced for the welfare and empowerment of women and children, persons with disabilities and other marginalized communities are also to be commended. Ethiopia would like to make the following 3 recommendations. 1, reinforce efforts to implement transformational developmental initiatives undertaken to leave no one behind. 2, strengthen the efforts of implementation of the Integrated Child Development Scheme and Midday Meal Scheme in schools. 3, step up efforts to eliminate any type of caste-based discrimination in practice. I thank you.
Thank you. Fiji tiene la palabra.
Mr. President, Fiji welcomes the delegation of India and thanks them for their national report. We especially commend the Indian government's commitment to ratify the UN Convention Against Torture, or UNCAT. India's strengthening of existing legal frameworks guaranteeing protection against torture, its widespread capacity building initiatives on torture prevention, and its acceptance in all 3 previous UPR cycles to ratify UNCAT is encouraging and commendable. As a co-state of the Convention Against Torture initiative, Fiji takes this opportunity to emphasize that the ratification and implementation of UNCAT would present India with the opportunity to further strengthen its national anti-torture framework and to join the international community in united efforts against torture and ill treatment. In the spirit of constructive engagement, Fiji recommends that the government of India ratify the UN Convention Against Torture. I thank you.
Thank you. Finland tiene la palabra, embajadora.
Finland welcomes the engagement of India in the UPR process. We commend India for the achievements made, including the ruling of the Supreme Court of India that all women can obtain abortions up to 24 weeks into their pregnancies. Finland offers the following recommendations. 1, to take measures to stop violence against women with disabilities by implementing provisions of amended criminal laws pertaining to sexual violence. 2, to decentralize and simplify the unique disability identity card system and its certification process. 3, to strengthen the implementation of the Whistleblowers Protection Act 2014 and provide universal protection to the whistleblowers. Finland wishes India a successful UPR. Thank you.
Thank you, Ambassador. Países Bajos tiene la palabra.
The Netherlands, you have the floor.
Mr. President, the Kingdom of the Netherlands thanks India for its national report. We commend India on progress in ensuring the rights of women and girls, such as the prohibition of gender-based selective abortion, child marriages, sexual harassment in the workplace, and marital rape. However, much remains to be done to improve the situation of women and girls and other vulnerable groups badly affected by the COVID-19 pandemic. The Netherlands recommends India to strengthen enforcement mechanisms for the prevention of gender-based violence by allocating additional budget for the elimination on the long term through early childhood education and awareness raising, and by establishing and resourcing institutions to support victims, and two, to take measures to prevent the abuse of so-called anti-conversion laws, ensuring that such laws do not infringe upon the constitutionally guaranteed freedom of religion and belief.
Gabon a la parole.
Call on Gabon.
Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you.
La délégation du Gabon souhaite la bienvenue à la délégation de l'Inde.
Welcomes the Indian delegation and thanks it for presenting its national
Nous
report.
reconnaissons avec satisfaction que l'Inde
Pleased
est
to note
fermement
that
résolue à
India is
renforcer son cadre
steadfastly
juridique lié au
committed to
principe d'égalité et
strengthening
de
its legal
non-discrimination
framework
et à lutter
on
contre les changements
equality and
climatiques.
non-discrimination
La
principles
délégation qui
and to
encourage
fight
ce
climate
dynamisme
change.
recommande à
We
l'Inde
encourage you to pursue this trend. We
poursuivre
have the
ses
following
efforts dans la mise en
recommendations.
œuvre de
One,
telles politiques
pursue
globales
efforts to
visant à
implement
offrir
holistic
tous les
policies
enfants un
to
enseignement de
provide
qualité
all
gratuit et
children with
obligatoire.
high
Deux,
quality,
veiller à
free
la
and
mise en place
compulsory
des
education.
infrastructures nécessaires au
Two, strive
bien-être
to
et au
ensure
développement
that
des
the
orphelins.
infrastructure is in
Trois,
place for the
trouver des
well-being and
ressources
development
suffisantes
of
pour
orphans.
atteindre les
And
cibles,
three,
les objectifs de
allocate enough
développement durable
resources
visant à
to
réduire la
meet the
mortalité
Sustainable
maternelle et
Development Goals
infantile.
linked to child and maternal health. We wish you a successful review. Thank you, President. Thank you.
Georgia tiene la palabra.
Call on Georgia, Ambassador.
Thank you, Mr. President. Georgia welcomes and thanks the delegation of India for the presentation of the national report. My delegation welcomes the achieved progress in ensuring universal access to affordable healthcare for all. We positively evaluate the establishment of the task force for preparation of India's National Action Plan on Human Rights by the National Human Rights Commission. We appreciate India's commitment to zero tolerance against corruption policy and to combat trafficking in persons. Herewith, Georgia would like to recommend to India, first, to continue steps allowing the acceleration of the progress in several aspects of the healthcare, including the further reduction of childhood malnutrition and maternal mortality rate. And second, to continue expansion of access to education, especially at the primary and secondary levels. With this, we wish the delegation of India a very successful UPR. Thank you.
Thank you. Alemania tiene la palabra.
Call on Germany.
Thank you, Mr. President. Germany welcomes the delegation of India and commends India for its efforts to fulfill the Sustainable Development Goals. However, Germany remains concerned about the rights of marginalized groups, in particular religious minorities, as well as women and girls. Germany recommends to 1. Improve the protection of women and girls' rights by improving access to healthcare, education, housing, sanitation in the labor market, notably by increasing the budgetary allocation. 2. Amend the Foreign Contribution Regulation Act to ensure it does not unduly restrict the right to freedom of association of NGOs. 3. Strengthen the National Human Rights Commission to help fulfill its mandate fully in line with the previous principles. And 4. Take adequate measures to guarantee and monitor the effective implementation and prevention of Atrocities Act, providing legal means for an increased protection of vulnerable groups like the Dalit. Thank you, Mr. President. The right to freedom of
Ghana.
NGOs. Strengthen the National Human Rights Commission to help fulfill its mandate fully in line with Paris principles. And 4. Take adequate measures to guarantee and monitor the effective implementation and prevention of atrocities, providing legal means for increased protection of vulnerable groups like the Dalit. Thank you, Mr. President.
We further applaud the establishment of the National Legal Services Account to provide free legal aid to the underprivileged, marginalized, and vulnerable in the country. In the spirit of constructive dialogue, Ghana recommends that India establishes a national action plan for combating hate crimes, racism, and negative stereotypes against people of African descent, and ensure that perpetrators of such crimes are held accountable. And also, India does intensify its efforts to ratify UNCTAD and its optional protocol. In the spirit of we wish India success in the review process and establishes a national action plan for combating.
Thank you. Grecia tiene la palabra, embajador.
Señor Presidente, Greece warmly welcomes the delegation of India. We appreciate India's determined efforts towards poverty alleviation, which include provision of employment guarantee, free education,
education and strengthening of the healthcare infrastructure, including through the Initiative for Clean Water. We recommend India on its environmental initiatives, which have seen an important reduction of its carbon emissions since 2016. We congratulate the government of India on the enactment of the Transgender Persons Act, protecting the rights of transgender persons. Greece offers the following recommendations. One, ensure that laws governing the freedom of religion are fully enforced, taking into account the multi-religious and multicultural nature of Indian society. And two, continue efforts to improve the legal framework on the freedom of expression, including strengthening a safe space for journalists and civil society organizations. We wish India a successful review. Thank you. One, ensure that the laws governing the freedom of religion are fully enforced, taking into account the multi-religious.
Thank you, Mr. President. The Holy See welcomes the delegation of India during the presentation of its national report for the fourth cycle of the Universal Periodic Review and wishes to present the following recommendations. One, to guarantee that foreign currency regulation act certificates are issued in a non-discriminatory fashion. Two, to ensure that state and local legislations are not in conflict with national legislation and constitutional provisions with regard to the freedom of religion or belief, including by repealing laws that are used to prevent, discourage, or prosecute conversion. Three, to adopt a comprehensive national law to prosecute sectarian violence by individuals or groups, including propagating violence or threats of violence against religious minorities. Four, to continue its efforts to enhance the protection of human rights, especially by eliminating discrimination against women and discrimination based on caste and religion. And five, to place a nationwide moratorium on the application of the death penalty with a view to its eventual abolition. Thank you, Mr. President. To adopt a comprehensive national law to prosecute sectarian violence by including propagating violence or threats of violence against religious minorities. Four,
welcomes the delegation of India and its national report. I can commend India for decriminalizing consensual same-sex relations.
And five, to place a nationwide
Makes the following recommendations. One, declare an immediate moratorium on executions and abolish the death penalty. Two, develop and implement a national action plan to prevent and combat gender-based violence. Three, guarantee the right to sexual and reproductive health information, education, and services for all. Decriminalizing consensual same. Adapt legislation to combat honor killings. Five, legalize same-sex marriage between consenting adults. Six, amend the Transgender Persons Act of 2019 and legally recognize the gender identity of trans persons. Seven, take action to combat hate speech in line with the recommendations made by the Law Commission of India in 2017. Six,
Thank you, Mr. President. My delegation thanks India for the presentation of their report. To ensuring universal access to affordable healthcare. Indonesia offers the following recommendation. First, to continue improving access to health, especially access to maternal health, so as to reduce maternal and child mortality. Second, to strengthen effort in ensuring food security, especially for the most vulnerable groups. And third, to enhance poverty alleviation effort, especially through effective rural development program. We wish India a successful review. Thank you.
Indonesia also. Tiene la palabra Irán.
I call on Iran, please.
Thank you, Mr. President. Iran welcomed the distinguished delegation of India to the session of UPR. We commend the commitments of India to the promotion and protection of human rights of its people. Iran also commends India's commitment towards a holistic, equitable, and sustainable development for the country. In a spirit of constructive cooperation, Iran offers India following two recommendations. One, continue to strengthen measures to increase livelihood opportunities, especially for women in rural areas. Two, continue efforts to improve the access of persons with disabilities to education, vocational training, and healthcare facilities. Iran wishes India a successful review. I thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you. Iraq.
يا رئيس يرحب به جمهورية العراق برئيس وأعضاء وفدهم ويقدر الجهود المبذولة في إعداد وتقديم تقرير الأعضاء. يرحب العراق بالخطوات المتخذة من قبل الهند من أجل تعزيز الحكم الرشيدة وتحقيق تنمية شاملة ومنصفة ومستدامة واعتماد استراتيجية متعددة الجوانب من حدة الوقت وبرفع الحوار البناء يتقدم العراق بالشخصيات الآتية. أولاً مواصلة الجهود لتعزيز إطار القانون والتشريع الوطني بما يتماشى مع المبادئ المكررة في المعاهدات والاتفاقيات الدولية التي انضمت إليها الهند ثانيا تعزيز الجهود الرامية إلى بناء نظام صحي كامل ومستدام. ختاما يتمنى وفد جمهورية العراق ووفد الهند التوفيق في هذا الاتصالات. وشكرا سيد الرئيس.
Thank you. Irlanda.
Ireland.
Thanks, India, for its presentation today. Ireland acknowledges India's efforts to advance human rights domestically, including the Criminal Law Amendment Act, Transgender Persons Act, and the new National Education Policy. We encourage full implementation of these initiatives and continued progress in these areas. Ireland is concerned about the application of the Foreign Contribution Regulation Act, under which over 6,000 NGOs have had their operating licenses revoked. We are also concerned about shrinking civil society space and the discriminatory nature of the Citizens Amendment Act. Ireland recommends that India, 1, amend the Foreign Contribution Regulation Act to ensure transparency in decisions on licenses for NGOs operating in India, and 2, ensure that the states concerned repeal anti-conversion laws to comply with international human rights obligations. We wish India every success in this UPR cycle. Thank you.
Thank you. Panama.
Tiene la palabra por video.
Panama by video.
Gracias, señor presidente.
Thank you,
Bueno, un
President.
saludo a la distinguida
Panama
delegación de India y
welcomes
agradece la
the
presentación de su
delegation of
informe
India. We
nacional.
thank you for
Un
presenting
espíritu
your national
constructivo de
report.
cooperación que recomendamos.
We have full
Se trata de progresos
recommendations.
en la implementación del compromiso
Speed up
asumido
the
en la cumbre de
implementation
Nairobi
of
sobre la
commitments
Conferencia
made at the
Internacional sobre
Nairobi
Población y
Summit on the
Desarrollo
International Conference on
para prevenir la
Population and
selección de
Development
sexo con sesgo de género,
to
creando
prevent
estructuras y
gender
políticas que propicien un
stereotype
cambio de
and
mentalidad,
adopt
invirtiendo en el empoderamiento de las mujeres y la
policies in this
participación
area to
equitativa
invest
en la
in
vida
preventive
pública y
programs
las intervenciones
to
multisectoriales.
address the
Invertir en
decent
programas de
causes
prevención
of
para abordar las causas
vulnerability
profundas y las
facing
múltiples
children
vulnerabilidades que
who
ponen
may
a los niños y
be
a
at
las
risk of
niñas en riesgo
exploitation
de
and
explotación y
sexual
abuso
abuse,
sexual infantil,
both
tanto
online
online
and
como offline.
offline.
Declarar una moratoria de
To
las
declare
ejecuciones
a
con mira a abolir la
moratorium
pena
on
de muerte para todos los
executions with
delitos y
views
en
to
todas las
abolishing death
circunstancias
penalty
y
for
conmutar todas
crimes
las
in all
sentencias de muerte.
circumstances and to
Le
complete
deseamos a India
all death
éxitos en este
sentences
cuarto
handed
ciclo del
down.
EP.
We wish India
Muchas
every
gracias.
success in this cycle. Thank you.
Gracias. Italia.
Tiene la palabra.
Thank you. I call on Italy.
Mr. President, we thank the distinguished delegation of India for their report and presentation. Italy welcomes the measures to reduce child marriage, including through the Prohibition of Child Marriage Amendment Bill 2021. Italy recommends to consider establishing a de jure moratorium on capital executions with a view to fully abolishing death penalty. Take concrete measures to promote and protect human rights of women and girls, including by combating against all forms of discrimination and violence against them and addressing their root causes. Ensure a safe and enabling environment for civil society, as well as freedom of expression and media freedom, and ensure accountability for violations. Ensure freedom of religion or belief and the rights of persons belonging to religious minorities, revise discriminatory legislations, and take concrete measures to combat all forms of discrimination and violence against them. We wish India a successful review. I thank you.
Thank you. Tiene la palabra
I
Japón.
call on Japan.
Japan highly appreciate the positive step taken by India since the previous review cycle. We particularly welcome the India's promotion of increased participation by women in paid economic activities, including non-conventional sectors, and various legislative and judicial measures to combat domestic violence, sexual harassment, and child marriage. We also welcome the release of the draft National Action Plan on Business and Human Rights in 2018 and encourage India to accelerate its effort to finalize the NAP. Japan recommends that India continue to review and amend its national legislation to eliminate discrimination against persons with disabilities and redouble its effort to protect and promote their human rights, including their access to justice. We also recommend that India ratify International Convention on Protection of All Persons from Enforced Disappearances, as well as the Convention Against Torture and other cruel, inhumane, degrading treatment or punishment. I thank you.
Thank you. Jordania tiene la palabra.
On Jordan.
السيد الرئيس يرحب وفد بلادي برئيس وفد الهند والوفد المرافق ويثمن عاجلا الخطوات التي اتخذتها الهند من اجل الحفاظ على تعزيز حقوق الانسان ونود ان نتقدم بالتوصيات التاليه. اولا مواصله الجهود والتدابير الراميه الى تخفيف من حده الفقر من خلال البرنامج الوطني المعد لهذه الغايه. ثانيا تعزيز التدابير التشريعيه والتنفيذيه والقضائيه لتعزيز مبادئ المساواه وعدم التمييز وحمايه الاقليات الدينيه. ثالثا النظر في زياده الانفاق العام على قطاع الصحه مع التركيز على الرعايه الصحيه الاوليه. وفي الختام نتمنى لوفد الهند كل التوفيق. شكرا.
Primary healthcare. We wish the Indian delegation all the best.
Thank you. Kazakhstan
I
tiene
call
la
on
palabra.
Kazakhstan.
Thank you.
Kazakhstan warmly welcomes the delegation of India to the fourth cycle of UPR and thanks it for its presentation. We commend India for making wide-ranging progress in the promotion and protection of human rights in the country, as well as its active collaboration as a member of the Human Rights Council. Kazakhstan appreciates the advances India has made to eradicate poverty, protect and ensure the rights of vulnerable groups such as women, children, people with disabilities, and minorities. My delegation would like to recommend India to take further steps to combat sexual offenses against women and children, enhance efforts to increase livelihood opportunities, especially for women empowerment, and to address rural poverty, strengthen its national efforts towards the ratification of the Convention Against Torture. We wish the delegation of India a very successful review. I thank you.
Thank you. Kenya.
Thank you, Mr. President. Kenya warmly welcomes the distinguished delegation of India to this fourth cycle of UPR process. We welcome the presentation of its national report and applaud enactment of the Transgender Persons Act of 2019, combat discrimination of transgender and intersex persons, and urge the government to fully effect its implementation. We recommend the following for consideration. 1, expand the scope of the right of children to free and compulsory education in school curricula, identify and address cases of school dropouts. 2, take additional steps to implement social, economic, rural development programs to benefit the rural poor, especially women and children, and the marginalized. Finally, we wish India a very successful UPR process. I thank you.
Thank you. Kuwait.
Kuwait.
سيد الرئيس اسر وفد بلادي يرحب برئيس وفد الهند والوفد المرافق له ولقد طلع وفد بلادي باهتمام بالغ على تقرير محل المراجعة الذي يجسد إدراك الهند بأهمية تعزيز كافة الحقوق الاقتصادية والاجتماعية والثقافية وأننا نشيد بالإجراءات التي اتبعتها الحكومة الهندية في هذا المجال وخاصة الالتزام القوي بتحقيق تنمية منصفة ومستدامة ويود وفد بلادي أن يتقدم بالتوصيات التالية الاستمرار في تنفيذ الاستراتيجية المتعلقة بتوفير الرعاية الصحية مواصلة المساعي في الإجراءات للتخفيف من حدة الفقر وتحسين المعيشة الاستمرار بتوفير التعليم الأساسي والظروف الملائمة لتحقيق ذلك ونتمنى لوفد الهند كل التوفيق في هذه المراجعة.
Create a conducive environment for the economy. We wish India every success. Thank you.
Thank you. Kyrgyzstan.
Kyrgyzstan has the floor.
Thank you, Mr. President. We welcome India's considerable steps in strengthening its legislative and policy mechanisms aimed at the protection and promotion of human rights, with a strong focus on vulnerable groups of women and children. We would recommend to India, 1, continue to strengthen efforts for rural development with a view to alleviating rural poverty. 2, consider further measures to ensure free, equitable, and quality primary and secondary education for all children. 3, continue its efforts to ensure universal health coverage for the population as a component of social security for all. We wish India every success with the review and thank for the report. Thank you.
Thank you. República Democrática del Lao.
On the Lao People's Democratic Republic.
Mr. President, the Lao PDL warmly welcomes and thanks the delegation of India for the comprehensive report. My delegation appreciates the progress made by India in advancing the fulfillment of human rights of its citizens, particularly in the fields of poverty reduction, education, health, access to housing, and safe drinking water, among others. The Lao PDR would like to offer 2 recommendations. First, strengthen the implementations of national development strategy to achieve sustainable development and poverty eradication. Second, continue efforts to ensure equal access to quality education for all children. We wish India success in this UPR reviews. I thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you. Latvia.
Thank you, Mr. President. Latvia welcomes the delegation of India to the UPR working group and thanks for presenting its national report. We would like to recommend 1, to establish a moratorium on death penalty with a view to its eventual abolition and consider ratifying the second optional protocol of the ICCPR. 2, to ratify UNCAT. 3, to take measures to foster a safe, respectful, and enabling environment for civil society and human rights defenders, especially women and indigenous human rights defenders, free from persecution, intimidation, and harassment. 4, to take all necessary measures, both in law and in practice, to empower women and girls and to combat violence against them, including domestic violence. And 5, to protect and ensure the rights of persons belonging to ethnic and religious minorities. Latvia wishes the delegation of India success in the review. I thank you.
Thank you. Lebanon for Zoom.
Lebanon by Zoom.
Mr. President, Lebanon warmly welcomes the delegation of India and thanks them for their presentation, which illustrates India's efforts to promote and protect human rights. We welcome the development of the business responsibility framework and the participation of businesses in securing the basic rights of citizens. In a spirit of constructive dialogue, we would like to recommend 1. Continue to strengthen measures to increase livelihood opportunities, especially for women empowerment and to address rural poverty. 2. Take further steps to implement the existing laws and policies to combat sexual offenses against women and children. In conclusion, we wish India all the success in the review. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you. Liechtenstein, tiene la palabra por video.
By video.
Liechtenstein welcomes the distinguished delegation of India and wishes to thank for the information provided in the introductory statement and in the national report. In a constructive spirit, Liechtenstein recommends that India first take concrete steps in view of abolishing the death penalty. Second, ensure compliance with national legislation prohibiting corporal punishment in schools through prevention, response, redress, and accountability. Third, allocate adequate resources to expedite adjudication of cases of violence against women. Fourth, accede to the Rome Statute of the International Criminal Court. We wish you a successful UPR and thank you.
Thank you. Lithuania tiene la palabra, embajador.
Lithuania, Ambassador.
Thank you, Mr. President. Lithuania warmly welcomes the delegation of India and thanks for its national report. We commend the positive steps taken by India in further improving the human rights record since the last UPR. To continue that positive momentum, we would like to provide the following recommendations for India. 1. Consider reviewing national regulations to reinforce freedoms of expression, peaceful assembly, and association. 2. Aim to provide necessary resources to expedite adjudication of cases of violence against women. 3. Consider the ratification of the second optional protocol to the ICCPR and introduce moratorium on the death penalty as the first step towards abolishment. 4. Continue efforts towards increasing access to education for marginalized communities. Lithuania wishes India a successful review. Thank you.
Thank you. Le Luxembourg, ambassadeur.
Luxembourg, Ambassador, you have the
Merci, Monsieur le
floor.
Président.
Thank you, President.
Le Luxembourg salue la
Luxembourg
délégation de haut
welcomes the Indian
niveau de l'Inde et
delegation
remercie
and
pour
thanks
son
it
rapport
for
national
its
et les
national
efforts déployés
report
pour la
and
mise en œuvre
efforts
des
made to
recommandations antérieures.
implement
La
recommendations from
délégation
previous
souhaiterait faire les
cycles. We'd
recommandations
like to
suivantes.
make the following
Libérer tous les
recommendations.
défenseurs des droits
1.
humains détenus.
Immediately release
Deuxièmement,
all
adopter et
human
mettre en
rights
œuvre un plan
defenders in
multisectoriel
detention.
visant à
2.
mettre fin
Adopt and
aux cas de violence
implement
à
a
l'égard
budgeted
d'enfants.
multi-sectoral
Troisièmement,
plan to curb
améliorer le
violence
cadre de
against
protection
children.
des femmes
3.
contre les
Improve
violences, et en premier lieu
protection
les
structures
violences
for
domestiques.
women from
Quatrièmement,
violence,
prévenir toute forme
particularly
de
domestic
harcèlement par
violence.
les forces
4.
de
Prevent
l'ordre
all
des
forms of
personnes
harassment by law
LGBTQ+,
enforcement
à
against
risque.
the
Cinquièmement,
LGBTQI
rendre
plus
obligatoire l'étude
community.
d'impact sur les droits humains et l'étude
5.
d'impact
Make
environnemental
human
cumulée
rights and
pour tous les
environmental
mégaprojets en
impact
Inde. Et
studies
sixièmement, adhérer aux
obligatory for all
conventions de
mega
54 et
projects.
61 sur
And
l'apatride
6.
et
Sign up to the
prendre toutes les mesures nécessaires
1954 and
pour mettre en œuvre
61
ces
conventions
conventions.
on
Je vous remercie.
statelessness and take all the necessary measures to implement them.
Merci.
Thank you.
Malawi tiene la
Thank you.
palabra.
I call on Malawi.
Malawi welcomes India to this review and thanks the delegation for the comprehensive presentation. In the spirit of constructive dialogue, Malawi makes the following recommendations to India. 1. Consider ratifying the Convention Against Discrimination in Education. 2. Consider aligning its legislation with the Education 2030 Framework for Action, which requires states to ensure at least 12 years of pre-primary and secondary education, of which at least 9 were compulsory and 1 year of free compulsory pre-primary education. 3. Address the digital gender and equity divide in education, ensuring that the right to education of all children was made through traditional and hybrid forms of education. Malawi wishes the Republic of India a successful review. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you. Malaysia tiene la
I call on
palabra.
Malaysia.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Malaysia thanks India for its report. Malaysia welcomes India's pragmatic, transparent, and inclusive approach in advancing the rights of the most vulnerable. We encourage India to continue efforts to eliminate all forms of malnutrition by increasing food security and provide adequate housing for all. In the spirit of constructive engagement, Malaysia recommends the following. First, consider establishing the National Mechanism for Implementation and Follow-up, NMRF, for effective implementation of UPR recommendations, taking into account the national context. Second, consider strengthening legal and policy measures to ensure the right to privacy. And third, take concrete steps to raise awareness on and eliminate extremist ideology that promotes and condones violence and discrimination against religious minorities in India. We wish India a successful review. Thank you.
Thank you. Maldivas tiene la palabra.
Ambassador.
Thank you, Mr. President. The Maldives warmly welcomes the high-level delegation from the Republic of India to the fourth cycle of the Universal Periodic Review and thanks the delegation for their presentation today. India is our neighbor, our friend, and our development partner. The Maldives has been a beneficiary of India's development assistance and its capacity building programs. This assistance was particularly important during the COVID-19 pandemic. The Maldives commends India for the significant achievements it has made in promoting and protecting the rights of its over 1 billion people in the largest democracy in the world. In particular, the Maldives welcomes the significant measures taken to decrease its environmental footprint, including banning the manufacture, import, stocking, distribution, sale, and use of single-use plastics. The Maldives is confident that India will continue to make progress in the promotion and protection of human rights as guaranteed by its constitution. We wish India every success in this review. I thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you. Mali.
I call on Mali. You have the floor.
Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank
Le
you,
Mali souhaite
President
une chaleureuse
Mali.
bienvenue
It's
à
a
la
warm
délégation de
welcome to
l'Inde.
the Indian
Je la félicite
delegation.
pour la
We
présentation
congratulate
détaillée de
you
son
on your
rapport.
detailed
La
presentation of the
délégation
national
salue
report.
l'adoption
My
par le
delegation
gouvernement indien
commends the
de
government's
plusieurs
adoption
stratégies
of a number of
court,
strategies
moyen et long terme pour
for
réduire la
the
pauvreté
short, medium, and
et
long
lutter
term in
contre les
order to reduce
inégalités.
poverty and fight
Le Mali se
inequality.
réjouit
Mali
des actions
is also
significatives
pleased to note
entreprises en vue de renforcer le
significant
processus démocratique,
measures to
notamment l'octroi
strengthen
d'un statut
democracy,
constitutionnel
notably
à la
by
Commission
giving
nationale
constitutional status to the National Commission
la prolongation
for
du système
backward
d'affectation des
classes
sièges de caste
and
lieu de
also
citoyens de la Chambre du peuple
reserving
et aux
certain
assemblées
seats
d'État. La
for
délégation
scheduled
note
castes and
cependant, en
tribes
dépit
in
des
the
progrès réalisés,
Assembly of the People
l'accès
and
des
State
populations aux services
Assembly.
sociaux de base, surtout en milieu rural, mériterait d'être renforcé.
We believe that
Dans un esprit
extra effort should be
constructif,
made to
le
give
Mali recommande à l'Inde
rural
de renforcer la
population
Commission nationale
access
des droits de
to
l'homme pour
basic
la
social
rencontre du principe de
services.
Paris,
Recommendations want to
l'accès des
strengthen the National
populations
Human
à
Rights
l'eau,
Commission, bringing into line with the Paris
Le
principles
Mali
and to populations to drinking water. Malta has the floor.
President, Mauritius would like to welcome very warmly the high-level delegation from India led by Minister Sanjay Verma. We thank India for its support. Mauritius would like to commend the government of India for its leadership during the COVID-19 pandemic and for the support India extended to more than 150 countries, including Mauritius, by providing medical and pharmaceutical supplies, the spirit of Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam. We further commend the efforts of India for spearheading the International Solar Alliance and the Coalition for Disaster Resilient Infrastructure as part of India's partnership initiatives to help strengthen disaster resilience and grow solar energy. We applaud India for the steps taken to alleviate poverty and to empower girl children by educating them. We wish the delegation of India fruitful discussions and continued success and progress. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you. Marshall Islands.
Call on
Por
Marshall
Zoom.
Islands by Zoom.
Tiene la palabra. Marshall Islands, are you connected?
Thank you, Mr. President. The Republic of the Marshall Islands warmly welcomes the delegation of India to this fourth UPR cycle and thanks them for their well-prepared presentation. At the outset, we convey our condolences to the victims of the recent tragedy in Morphe. We urge the government to continue to assist their families and to take precautions to avoid such tragedies in the future. We constructively offer the following recommendations for India's consideration. 1, address caste-based discrimination against minorities by providing them with equal access to water and sanitation service and resources through implementation of context-specific poverty alleviation programs. 2, ensure that adequate resources are available to expedite adjudication of cases of violence against women. And 3, continue efforts to streamline its NDCs with the Paris Agreement goal. We wish the delegation every success during its fourth UPR cycle. And thank you very much, Mr. President.
Thank you. Mauritania tiene la palabra.
Call on Mauritania.
الوفد الموريتاني يرحب بوفد جمهورية الهند ويشكره على عرضه الوافي لتقرير الهند الوطني الذي يشمل مجموعة الإصلاحات الخطوات لمدة دراسة حكومة الهند منذ استعراض الخير سبيلا إلى تعزيز وحماية حقوق الإنسان. نشيد وفدي بالجهود المتضافرة لتحسين نسبة الالتحاق بالمدارس في جميع أنحاء ونشر التعليم الأساسي على أوسع نطاق. وفي طرح تسي بلادي الهند بالمالي. واحد استمرار التدابير اللازمة للقضاء على جميع الأربعة والتمكين الشاملة.
Redouble efforts to promote the culture of religious tolerance. 3. Step up efforts to combat corruption.
ثامن يتمنى وفدي لجمهورية شكرا سيد الرئيس.
Thank you. México tiene la palabra, embajadora.
Gracias, señor presidente. Bienvenido a Ginebra a toda la delegación de alto nivel de la India. Agradecemos a la India la presentación de su informe. México celebra la despenalización de la homosexualidad por la Corte Suprema y reconoce los esfuerzos del gobierno para reducir el matrimonio infantil. México recomienda garantizar la investigación, sanción y reparación efectiva de casos de violencia y abuso sexual contra mujeres y niñas, especialmente de castas y tribus desfavorecidas. 2. Ratificar la Convención contra la tortura y otros tratos o penas crueles, inhumanos o degradantes y el segundo protocolo facultativo del Pacto Internacional de Derechos Civiles y Políticos. 3. Revisar el diseño e implementación del Registro Nacional de Ciudadanos para evitar la apatría, privación o denegación de nacionalidad, detenciones arbitrarias o expulsiones. 4. Adoptar una ley integral sobre protección de defensores de derechos humanos. México ofrece compartir su experiencia en la materia. Deseamos mucho éxito a la India. Muchas gracias.
Gracias. Mongolia tiene la palabra.
Mr. President, my delegation notes India's strong commitment to improve the environment and address climate change and commends the country's Supreme Court for acknowledging the right to live in a healthy environment is an essential element of the right to life. India's response to global pandemic indeed has been preemptive and proactive, and taking this opportunity, my delegation expresses our heartfelt gratitude for the government of India for its generous and timely humanitarian support around the globe. Mongolia commends that the Republic of India to accelerate the works of the National Human Rights Commission's Task Force for preparation of the National Plan of Action on Human Rights. I thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you. Montenegro tiene la palabra, embajadora.
Montenegro welcomes this commitment to sustainable development with the aim of leaving no one behind. This is reflected in its national development agenda, which corresponds to the 2030 agenda. We also recognize the number of actions taken to strengthen the country's human rights records since the last UPR. Montenegro recommends to India, 1, to ratify all international instruments that India has already signed, particularly the Convention Against Torture and other cruel, inhuman, or degrading treatment or punishment, and 2, to ensure that explicit legal prohibition of corporal punishment is observed in all schools. We wish India all success in the review. Thank you.
Thank you. Marruecos tiene la palabra.
Monsieur le Président, first of all, my delegation would like to welcome the distinguished delegation of India to its fourth cycle UPR review and would like to commend India for taking important steps to implement most of the recommendations since the previous cycle. We positively note that the government of India introduced during the COVID pandemic an array of initiatives and focused interventions to mitigate the impacts of the pandemic and protect lives and livelihoods. In a spirit of constructive engagement, the Kingdom of Morocco would like to make the following recommendation to the government of India. First, to consider ratifying the UNCAT. 2, to remain committed to increase access to safe and clean drinking water in rural areas. 3, to continue efforts aiming at ensuring universal access to affordable health care for all. We wish the delegation of India a successful review. I thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you. Mozambique tem a palavra.
Thank you, Mr. President. We welcome the distinguished delegation of India for the submission of their comprehensive country report. Mozambique praises India for the progress made in the country's move toward the realization of human rights since the previous cycle of UPR. Mozambique offered the following recommendation to India. 1, to continue effort to strengthen the national program against poverty. 2, to continue with the campaign to prevent child marriage. 3, to improve and strengthen legal and institutional framework to protect children from child forced labor. Mozambique wishes India every success.
Remarkable efforts, which among others include the establishment of national institutions to address violence against women and girls. There, however, remains room for improvement, and Namibia therefore offers the following recommendations for consideration by India. 1, ratify the optional protocol to the Convention on the Elimination of all forms of discrimination against women. 2, ratify the UN Convention relating to the status of refugees and its 1967 protocol. We wish the delegation of India a successful review. I thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you. Nepal tiene la palabra. Nepal is recognized. Mr. President, Nepal warmly welcomes the delegation of India to the 4th cycle of UPR and thank them for the presentation of national report. We appreciate various initiatives undertaken by India towards eradication of poverty with a strong focus on vulnerable groups, women and children. In a constructive spirit, Nepal recommends India the following for their consideration. 1, strengthen its effort to combat discrimination and violence against women, girls, and minority communities. 2, continue its effort to prevent child marriage, child labor, and other forms of child exploitation. And 3, continue strengthening food safety net programs to promote food security and eradicate malnutrition. We wish India a successful review. Thank you. Thank you. La France, Ambassador.
France is recognized. Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, France would like to warmly welcome the delegation of India to thank them for their report, the report we considered in great depth. We welcome the progress made by India in the area of combating child labor and respecting the right of the LGBTI+ community. France encourages Indian authorities to implement the following recommendations. First, to contemplate ratifying the 2nd optional protocol of the International Covenant on Civil and Political Rights, so as to abolish the death penalty. 2, to continue efforts made in combating violence and discrimination against women, namely by ratifying the optional protocol on the elimination of all forms of discrimination against women and the Convention on the Prevention and Against Domestic Violence and Violence Against Women. 3, to continue the implementation of the Partnership and Democracy Program. 4, to ratify the Convention Against Torture and other cruel, inhumane, or degrading treatment or punishment. Paul Nija has the floor. Thank you.
For the presentation of that. We appreciate.
Niger would like to warmly welcome the delegation of India and to commend them for the presentation of their national report. We appreciate the progress made by India in guaranteeing universal access to healthcare, as well as the measures that they have taken to put an end to poverty in all its forms. Constructively, Niger would like to recommend to India to consider ratifying the Convention Against Torture and other cruel, inhuman, or degrading treatment or punishment, to consider ratifying the International Convention for the Protection of All Persons Against Enforced Disappearances, and third recommendation, to continue efforts to combat violence against women. Lastly, we wish India for success in this review. Thank you. Norway.
Norway notes the positive steps taken by India since the last review, including decriminalizing consensual same-sex relations and the important progress that has been made in poverty alleviation. Norway recommends that India, first, increases efforts to enforce national legislation to prevent and combat gender-based violence against all women and girls. Second, initiates legal and other measures to combat hate speech in line with recommendations made by the Law Commission of India report number 267, 2017. Third, strengthens the capacity of the judiciary to reduce delays in judicial proceedings and guarantee the right to a speedy trial. And fourth, revises the Armed Force Special Powers Act to ensure compliance with obligations under the ICCPR and considers reducing the Act's geographic scope. I thank you.
Thank you. Oman. Ambassador, you have the floor.
سعادة الرئيس يسرني أن أرحب برئيس وفد جمهورية الهند. Thank you, Mr. President. I would like to welcome the head of delegation of India, as well as the delegation that accompanies him. We appreciate the efforts made by India in drafting its national report, as well as the participatory approach that led to its drafting. It shows commitment to the UPR. We consider that the national report, which shows your respect to the obligations that arise from United Nations conventions and protocols, as well as India's commitment to all-embracing sustainable, equitable development and the national plan. We recommend continue efforts to implement the plan for children. Also, continue measures to avoid malnutrition and improve food security and guarantee proper nutrition for all. Thank you.
Thank you. Pakistan, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. President. It in India continue to be violated with impunity. These abuses have been widely documented. India's standing invitation to UN Special Procedure mandate holders to Kashmir during its previous UPR never materialized. We therefore recommend the following. 1. Reverse illegal steps taken since 5th August 2019 in occupied Jammu and Kashmir and cease demographic engineering. 2. Demonstrate its commitment to international law by complying with Article 25 of UN Charter and implementing UNSC resolutions on Jammu and Kashmir. 3. Accept recommendations made in the OHCHR's Kashmir reports and allow the office and independent observers access to the occupied territory. 4. End all human rights violations and release Kashmiri political prisoners, journalists, and human rights defenders. 5. Repeal the AFSPA, JNK Public Safety Act, National Security Act, Citizenship Amendment Act, and the National Register of Citizens. 6. Prosecute public officials inciting hate crimes. And lastly, ratify the Convention Against Torture. I thank you.
Thank you. Israel, tiene la palabra.
Israel has the floor.
Thank you, Mr. President. Israel would like to warmly welcome the delegation of India and thank it for its national report. Israel welcomes the launch of the Accessible India campaign and various steps India has taken to increase women's participation in the workforce. Israel also commends India for the adoption of the Transgender Person Act in 2019. We would like to recommend the following. 1. To continue to strengthen measures aimed at protecting transgender persons, including through the full implementation of the Transgender Persons Act. 2. To take further measures to combat violence against women as well as support victims and survivors of such violence. And 3. To improve the access of persons with disabilities to education, vocational training, and healthcare facilities. We would like to wish the delegation of India successful UPR.
Thank you. Paraguay, tiene la palabra.
Paraguay has the floor. Thank you, Mr. President. Paraguay would like to greet the delegation of India and express our appreciation for the presentation of the report. We appreciate the efforts made and the progress made by India, and we would like to convey our concern over the situation of indigenous peoples, the refugee, and violence against women, and would like to encourage them to pursue efforts to face these specific challenges. With all due respect, Paraguay would like to recommend, first, to ratify the ILO Convention on Indigenous and Tribal Peoples, number 169, as well as the Convention on the Status of Refugees. 2. To improve regulatory mechanisms and policies to combat gender violence. 3. To create a national permanent mechanism for the implementation, reporting, and follow-up of the recommendations on human rights, considering the possibility of receiving cooperation in this regard as part of the 16th and 17th Sustainable Development Goal. Thank you. Peru. Thank you. Peru would like to welcome the delegation of the Republic of India, and we would like to express appreciation for the presentation of the report. Constructively, we recommend, first, to redouble ongoing efforts for the ratification of the Convention Against Torture and other cruel, inhumane, or degrading treatment or punishment. Two, to undertake the necessary reforms so as to include in its legislation an explicit prohibition of any and all type of violence, including gender-based violence, in educational establishments. Three, to improve the capabilities of the health sector to address gender violence at all levels, including medical and legal assistance for survivors of sexual violence. We wish India every success. Thank you. Thank you, Philippines.
Thank you, Chair. The Philippines congratulates India on the significant strides made since the third cycle of the UPR. We laud efforts to enhance and advance the SDGs, address climate change, guarantee rights of all, especially persons and groups in vulnerable situations, and advocate for COVID-19 vaccines. My delegation recommends the following. 1, strengthen measures to improve maternal health and increase access to obstetric services to reduce maternal and child mortality. 2, continue to implement the Housing for All policy to realize SDG 11. 3, continue sustained efforts to scale up climate action through adoption of clean and efficient energy systems, among other measures. The Philippines wishes India success in this UPR. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. A delegación de Portugal.
Portugal has a floor.
Gracias, Senhor Presidente. Portugal welcomes the delegation of India. We commend the enactment of the Transgender Persons Act and the consolidation of the existing labor legislation into 4 labor codes. Portugal would like to recommend that India, 1, introduces a moratorium on executions with a view to the abolition of the death penalty. 2, implements a welfare benefit system for all persons living in situations of extreme poverty, with the goal of reducing inequalities and ensure the enjoyment of economic, social, and cultural rights, including for persons with disabilities and ethnic and religious minorities. 3, identifies and repeals all legal provisions which might discriminate against persons affected by leprosy and passes a new bill to that effect in accordance with the India Law Commission's 2015 report. Portugal wishes to India a very successful UPR. Thank you.
Thank you. Qatar.
شكرا أعطي الكلمة لوفد قطر. My delegation would like to welcome the delegation of India, and we would like to thank the delegation for presenting the national report on the recommendations that have been accepted by India during the UPR in its third cycle. And the report has reflected all the achievements that have been made to implement human rights. So we greatly value all the efforts that have been made towards attaining SDG, especially SDG 4 through the policy of education for 2020. And here we recommend that all efforts be made to ensure free of charge education for all children. We also recommend that a strategy be adopted to inform of the rights of persons with disabilities and to combat discrimination against them. And we would like to wish India a successful UPR and more prosperity. I thank you, sir.
Shukran. Tiene la palabra República.
The Republic of Korea is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. The Republic of Korea commends India for the progress made in safeguarding the rights of vulnerable groups, including women, children, and persons with disability. We especially welcome India's new initiatives and policies aiming to ensure universal access to affordable health care and quality education. With such progress in mind, we would like to make the following recommendations. First, strengthen efforts to ratify the Convention Against Torture. Second, prioritize the promotion of the rights of religious minorities and marginalized social groups in law and in practice by tackling intolerance and discrimination on any ground. Lastly, ensure that laws regulating freedom of peaceful assembly and association, including the Foreign Contribution Act, are fully compliant with international standards. Thank you.
Thank you. Moldova tiene la palabra.
Moldova is recognized.
Mr. President, the Republic of Moldova welcomes the distinguished delegation of India and commends its efforts in promoting the human rights agenda, as well as for its comprehensive governance plan and large-scale digitalization of access to public services, including in most remote regions. In a constructive spirit, we would like to make the following 3 recommendations. 1, to declare a moratorium on execution as a first step towards abolishing the death penalty. 2, to undertake all necessary measures to prevent and fight child labor and to investigate and prosecute cases of violence against women and girls while ensuring adequate medical and legal care to victims. 3, to ratify the Convention Against Torture and the optional protocol thereto. Finally, we wish India every success during its UPR cycle. I thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you. Federación.
The Russian Federation, please. President, we thank the Indian delegation for the presentation of the report. We note with satisfaction the progress achieved by India towards implementing the recommendations of the 3rd UPR cycle. Equally praiseworthy are the purposeful actions of the Indian authorities to eradicate poverty, to strengthen the public health infrastructure, to ensure access for children to free quality education. We recommend that India continue this work. We support the implementation of the government program to ensure housing for the poor in rural areas. We welcome the review that was undertaken of the National Voluntary Guidelines on Corporate, Social, Economic and Environmental Responsibility of Businesses, with a view to bringing them into line with the UN's guiding principles on business and human rights and the SDGs. We recommend continuing efforts to ensure responsible corporate behavior. Thank you.
Spasiba, tiene la palabra Samoa. Samoa is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. We warmly welcome and thank the delegation of India for your report, and we wish you success in the preparation of your National Action Plan on Human Rights. Samoa welcomes the Supreme Court's interpretation equating the right to live in a healthy environment with the right to life, and recommends for India to adopt concrete measures implementing the right to live in a healthy environment, in particular to water and sanitation. We recommend continuing government efforts in the protection of mangroves, forests, marine biodiversity, and coastal systems. We further recommend that India adopt disaster risk reduction measures that will adequately protect people from the unavoidable impacts of the climate crisis. I thank you.
Thank you. Le vamos a dar ahora la palabra a la
the distinguished delegation of India to address the comments and observations made thus far.
Thank you, Mr. President. Let me begin by thanking all the states that have intervened from the floor so far. I'll now address some of the issues touched upon by them. First, let me speak upon the question of human rights defenders. India appreciates the role played by human rights defenders, civil society groups, and journalists in a democratic polity, contributing to our goals of keeping it open, pluralistic, and inclusive. India has always condemned instances of harassment, intimidation, smear campaigns, and violent attacks against human rights defenders, activists, and journalists, and their family members. At the same time, the activities of the human rights defenders should be in conformity with the law of the land. India is committed to ensure a safe environment for people engaged in promotion and protection of human rights, and have introduced a number of legislative and executive measures to facilitate their work. The Right to Information Act 2005 has enabled the people to secure access to information under the control of the public authorities and thereby promote transparency and accountability. The Whistleblowers Protection Act 2014 establishes a mechanism to receive complaints against public servants and provide adequate safeguards against victimization of the persons making such disclosures. National Human Rights Commission has set up a dedicated 24/7 focal point for receiving and examining complaints about alleged violation of human rights of human rights defenders. In addition, they can also approach the judiciary for the redressal of any alleged violations. So far as the question raised by the member states concerning the FCRA is concerned, India is a home to over 100,000 vibrant, proactive, and independent civil society organizations and NGOs, which play an important role in the protection and promotion of the human rights. The FCRA provides the basic framework under which NGOs wish to seek funds from abroad for their activities in India. The legal provisions of the Act are similar to regulations in other democratic countries. The process of registration under the Act is transparent and technology-driven. All data related to registration, renewal, annual returns, etc. are in public domain. In cases of refusal, reasons and provisions under the Act and rules are specifically cited and the applicant is duly informed. Even if any renewal application is rejected or cancelled, the organization can still continue its operation and receive foreign funds by seeking permission on a case-to-case basis. As per current data, 16,542 organizations are eligible to receive foreign funds under the Acts. Actions were taken against some organizations due to their illegal practices, including mala fide rerouting of money and willful and continuing violations of extant legal provisions, foreign exchange management rules, and tax laws of India. It is important to reiterate that civil society organizations are permitted to operate in India, but must do so in accordance with law. Now, coming to the issue regarding Jammu and Kashmir, the entire Union Territory of Jammu, Kashmir and Ladakh were and will always be an integral and inalienable part of India. After the constitutional changes and reorganization of the erstwhile state of Jammu and Kashmir, the people of the region are now able to realize their full potential as in other parts of the country. Despite the continued threat of cross-border terrorism, the security situation has improved significantly in Jammu and Kashmir since August 2019. Extension of over 800 people-friendly and progressive central laws to the region has ensured better opportunities for all the people of Jammu and Kashmir and Ladakh. These central laws include affirmative action for the vulnerable sections, the right to free and compulsory education, non-discriminatory inheritance laws, protection against domestic violence and empowerment of women, decriminalization of same-sex relations, and conferment of rights to transgender persons. The Government of India has taken several steps for all-round development of Jammu and Kashmir, including restoration of democracy at the grassroots levels, good governance, unprecedented development of infrastructure, tourism, and trade. This year, Jammu and Kashmir has already received over 16 million tourists, the highest ever so far. So far as the question concerning the freedom of religion or belief and right to minorities is concerned, my colleague from the Ministry of Minority Affairs has already outlined in detail various provisions in the Constitution, relevant legislations, and other administrative measures to ensure welfare of minorities who have continued to prosper and grow. I would like to reiterate that India is a multilingual, multi-ethnic, and multi-religious society, and we not only respect but celebrate our diversity. The provisions embodied in the Constitution of India related to freedom of religion have evolved over the years through robust legislations and spirited interpretation by the constitutional courts. Further, various states in India have enacted Freedom of Religion Act to ensure freedom of religion guaranteed under the Constitution. Such legislations impose restrictions on and prohibit conversions from one religion to another by the use of force, inducement, allurement, or fraudulent means. Referring to such legislation as anti-conversion laws would be a misnomer. The Supreme Court has upheld the constitutional validity of states' Freedom of Religion Act. So far as the question concerning the abolition of death penalty is concerned, in India, death penalty is imposed only in rarest of rare cases when the alternative option is unquestionably foreclosed, where the crime committed is so heinous that it shocks the conscience of the society. While imposing death sentence, the court has to record its special reasons for arriving at such a drastic conclusion. There is no mandatory death sentence for any offense, since it runs contrary to those statutory safeguards which gives judiciary the discretion in the matter of imposing the death penalty. There are requisite procedural safeguards under the law, including right to a fair hearing by an independent court, presumption of innocence, guarantee for defense, and right to review by higher courts. Death penalty in India must necessarily be confirmed by the Superior Constitutional Court, whether challenged by the accused, convict or not. The Supreme Court of India has adopted guidelines on clemency and treatment of death row prisoners, wherein poverty, socio-economic, psychic compulsions, undeserved adversities in life constitute new mitigating factors to be considered by courts in commuting a death sentence to life imprisonment. Where death sentence is imposed, multiple avenues of review of death penalty are available to the death convict, including at the judicial level and at the executive level. The President of India and the governors of the states have the power to grant pardon, reprieves, respites, or remissions of the punishment, or to suspend, remit, or commute the sentence of death. There is also a provision to file a curative petition under the Constitution of India, where the Supreme Court of India can review its own judgment or the order. Thank you, Mr. President. Now I hand over the floor back to you. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Seguimos con la lista.
Thank you. We will now continue with the list of speakers and we move on to Saudi Arabia.
شكرا السيد الرئيس. أود في البداية.
Thank you, President. I would like to begin by commending the presence of the public prosecutor and the delegation here. I also welcome the presentation of the report, which reflects India's efforts to protect and promote human rights. In the context of this constructive dialogue, we have the following recommendations. Firstly, to step up efforts for socio-economic development with a focus on the rights to food and the most vulnerable categories of the population, to continue efforts to achieve the SDGs by reducing child mortality and maternal mortality rates, and also for child mortality for children under 5. We wish India a successful year. Thank you.
Thank you. Tiene la palabra Senegal.
Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, President. Senegal would like to thank the delegation of India for the presentation of the national report for this 4th UPR. My delegation welcomes the efforts made since the previous cycle, especially as regards the fight against poverty, in particular in rural areas, and universal access to healthcare, water, and sanitation. Senegal also commends the actions carried out by the Indian authorities in the framework of the Paris Agreement and the fight against human trafficking, especially of women and children. We also commend reforms in the field of labour. We have the following recommendations for India: to consider ratifying the Convention Against Torture and other cruel, inhumane or degrading treatments, to consider ratifying the International Convention on the Protection of the Rights of all Migrant Workers and their family members, and to consider responding in a favourable way to the request for visits from special mandate holders in accordance with the standing invitation by India. To conclude, we wish India every success. Thank you.
Serbia tiene la palabra.
Serbia, please.
Serbia welcomes the delegation of India at the UPR session and thanks it for presenting its national report. We commend the efforts of India in responding to the recommendations from the last UPR process. In particular, we welcome the legislative measures taken to strengthen the principle of equality and non-discrimination guaranteed by the Constitution of India and all the initiatives undertaken to improve the rights of vulnerable populations, in particular the youth and the elderly, as well as the adoption of a strategy for poverty alleviation that provides basic needs to a wide population. We note with appreciation the process of finalizing the trafficking of persons bill that seeks to address prevention, provide care, protection, and rehabilitation to the victims, while placing special focus on women and children. We would like to recommend to India to continue its efforts to ensure that all children have access to good quality education at all levels. We also encourage India to further strengthen the measures to combat violence against women, as well as support victims and survivors of such violence. Serbia wishes India a successful and fruitful review process. Thank you.
Thank you. Sierra Leone.
Mr. President, Sierra Leone welcomes the distinguished delegation from India to this review cycle and thanks them for the presentation. We recommend to India, 1, continue to raise public awareness about the prohibition of caste-based discrimination. 2, strengthen efforts to combat and eliminate child, early, and forced marriages. 3, devote attention to intersectional effects of poverty on women's health care in affected communities. India is widely acknowledged as being a very diverse, multi-ethnic, multilinguistic, and multi-pluralistic society. We applaud the sense of cohesive functioning of its many interlinked organs and for establishing the national guidelines on responsible business conduct and the consolidation of its labor codes. Sierra Leone wishes India a successful review. I thank you, Mr. Vice President.
Gracias.
Thank you. Singapore, please.
Thank you, Mr. President. Singapore welcomes the delegation of India and commends them on the progress made since their last UPR. India has worked to expand universal access to affordable healthcare, which is timely given the threat of infectious diseases such as COVID-19. This includes the Ayushman Bharat scheme launched in 2018 and further initiatives to improve both physical and digital healthcare infrastructure. Singapore recommends that India continue providing support to strengthen its national healthcare system, including with a focus on primary healthcare. We also recognize that enrollment in schools across India has improved over recent years, and that retention rates for students, including female students, have increased. Singapore recommends that India continue to emphasize education as a priority and allow all children to have access to quality and affordable education. Thank you.
Thank you. Slovakia.
Slovakia, please.
Thank you, President. Slovakia welcomes the delegation of India to this UPR session and thanks it for the presentation of its national report. We commend India for the adoption of the strategy for poverty alleviation, employing short and long-term initiatives and operationalizing holistic measurement of poverty by developing a national multidimensional poverty index. At the same time, we cannot ignore some negative trends in the freedom of expression. We invite India to ratify core UN human rights treaties to which it is not yet a party. Slovakia offers following recommendations to India. First, ratify the UNCTAD. Second, fully and legally abolish the death penalty. Third, effectively implement the prohibition of child labor. And fourth, properly apply the Foreign Contribution Regulation Act in compliance with international human rights standards. We wish India a successful review. I thank you, President.
Thank you. Slovenia tiene la
Slovenia, please.
Thank you, President. Slovenia applauds India's engagement in the UPR process and its efforts in implementing the recommendations from the previous rounds of review. We welcome and encourage further steps for inclusion of human rights education in schools as a tool to enable social cohesion, peace, and prosperity, while addressing gender, digital, and equity divide in education. In the latest 2021 report about crime in India, we noted that the number of criminal acts against women has increased by 15%. Based on this, we wish to recommend to India to adopt measures to ensure that the cases of violence against women and girls are properly addressed with adequate preventive and capacity building programs. I thank you.
Thank you. South Africa, you have the floor.
South Africa wishes to welcome the distinguished delegation of India to this UPR session and wishes the country a successful review. In this regard, South Africa recommends
that India ratify all the international instruments that it has signed and considers signing or ratifying those of which it's not yet party to, including the CAT, the ICPPET, the ICCPR, the Convention relating to the status of refugees and the protocol related to the status of refugees, the Convention related to status of stateless persons, and the Convention on the reduction of statelessness. Second, that the government ensure that all forms of ill treatment of persons with disabilities constitute criminal offences in line with the definition of torture in international law, that cases of torture and ill treatment were investigated, prosecuted, and perpetrators sanctioned, and that redress are provided for persons with disabilities who are subject to ill treatment. Lastly, that the government hold accountable public officials who advocate religious hatred.
Sudán del Sur tiene la.
South Sudan, please.
Sudán del Sur.
Mr. President, the delegation of the Republic of South Sudan welcomes the delegation of India and thank them for the presentation of the national report. My delegation commends India's efforts to develop a comprehensive Indian cooling action plan to address the cooling requirement across sectors and list out actions to help reduce the cooling demand. We recommend to India the following. 1, to continue its efforts to improve the environment and address climate change issues. 2, redouble government efforts to develop a multi-sectoral positive action plan to end violence against children. We wish India all the best and successful review. I thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you. España tiene la palabra.
Spain, please. Thank you very much, President. We welcome the goodwill shown by successive governments to develop national legislation that protects and promotes the rights of women, and we commend the existence of multiple public institutions dedicated to promoting gender equality. However, many women and girls continue to suffer discrimination, exclusion, and sexual violence. We recommend, firstly, to ratify the optional protocol to CEDAW on individual complaints and to criminalize marital rape as well as honor killings. We recommend, secondly, to enact the law on the prevention of community violence and to amend laws against minorities. We also recommend aligning national legislation with the CRPD and to undertake a constitutional reform to prohibit discrimination on grounds of disability. We also recommend considering introducing a moratorium on the death penalty and to commute any existing death sentences. Thank you. Thank you, Sri Lanka, please, via video.
Mr. President, Sri Lanka warmly welcomes the delegation of India and appreciates its comprehensive presentation. We acknowledge India's commitment to holistic, equitable, and sustainable development goals and developmental initiatives undertaken with the objective of leaving no one behind. We also note the importance afforded to education, ensuring safe drinking water and sanitation in rural areas, ensuring the safety and security of women, and protection of persons with disabilities, including children. We take this opportunity to recommend that India continues and strengthens efforts to ensure access to education for all children, strengthens measures to combat violence against women and support victims and survivors of such violence, develop policies in line with sustainable development goals for the realization of the right to health. Finally, we wish India every success in its UPR engagement. Thank you.
Thank you. Sudan.
Sudan, please.
President, Sudan welcomes the delegation of India and welcomes the progress made by India since its last UPR. India has proved its solid adherence to the SDGs, which addresses the most crucial elements of human rights. The report submitted by India today indicated steady progress in areas such as provision of health, coverage, housing, potable water supplies, clean energy, and poverty eradication. Sudan recommends that India consider ratifying and acceding to the 1951 Convention relating to the status of refugees and its 1968 protocols and Convention against torture, as well as the Convention on the enforced disappearance. I wish India a successful cycle of review. I thank you.
Thank you. Sweden.
Sweden, please.
Mr. President, Sweden acknowledges India's commitment to human rights. India has ratified several important international conventions on human rights. However, concerns remain with regard to the rights to freedom of expression, assembly, and association, including on the internet, women's safety and enjoyment of human rights, the pending ratification of the Convention Against Torture and Other Cruel, Inhuman, or Degrading Treatment, and labor rights. Sweden would like to make the following recommendations. 1. Ratify the Convention Against Torture and Other Cruel, Inhuman, or Degrading Treatment or Punishment. 2. Ratify ILO Convention 189 on domestic workers. I thank you.
Thank you. La Suisse.
Switzerland, please. You have the floor, Ambassador. Thank you, President. Switzerland welcomes the delegation of India, and we make the following recommendations. 1, to ensure open access to social network and to not impose any measure that would slow down or block internet connections. Secondly, to revise the Unlawful Activities Prevention Amendment Act and to assess its conformity with international law to ensure that it is not used against human rights defenders. Thirdly, to enact a new law and take necessary measures to prevent collective and targeted religious violence in accordance with human rights. Fourthly, to increase public expenditure in the field of healthcare to 2.5% of GDP, while also enacting a national law to ensure access to basic public health as a common good. Thank you. Thank you. Syria, please.
Shukran. Thank you, Mr. President. We welcome the distinguished delegation of India to the fourth cycle of the UPR. We commend India's commitment to achieve comprehensive, equitable, and sustainable development through the adoption of an approach based on the realization of the right to development. As the challenges of poverty continue, India continues its efforts to eradicate and alleviate it through a multifaceted strategy and the expansion of social protection programs, thus recording tangible progress in the implementation of the first Sustainable Development Goal. Our recommendations: we recommend India to take adequate steps to implement and evaluate rural development programs in order to ensure that these benefit the rural poor, in particular women and children. Second, to continue to strengthen measures to increase livelihood opportunities, especially for women empowerment, and to address rural poverty. I thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Tajikistan has the floor. Mr. President, Republic of Tajikistan thanks the esteemed delegation of India for the comprehensive presentation of the national report and for the efforts made to implement the previous recommendations. We welcome India's strong commitment to address water-related issues on a priority basis, including implementation of the Water is Life program for achieving a universal access to safe and adequate drinking water by 2024. Tajikistan also appreciates the measures taken by India to ensure the promotion and protection of rights of persons with disabilities and to promote an inclusive and sustainable approach as well. In constructive spirit, my delegation would like to recommend the following. Further strengthen the efforts to support inclusive economic growth through sustainable utilization of available natural resources, and to take further adequate steps to implement the rural development programs aimed to support vulnerable groups, in particular men and women and children. We wish the delegation of India every success in today's review. Thank you.
Thank you. Tiene la palabra Thailand.
Thank you. Thailand, please.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thailand welcomes the Solicitor General of India, Mr. Tushar Mehta, leading the Indian delegation to this UPR session. Thailand commends India for using digital technology to advance promotion and protection of human rights, especially in the universal health coverage and poverty eradication for vulnerable groups. Thailand notes India's endeavors to align its policies and practices with UN guiding principles on BHR. We recommend that India expedite the conclusion of the draft National Action Plan on BHR and further engage with stakeholders to guarantee its meaningful implementation. We also recommend India to intensify its effort to ensure free, compulsory, and quality education to all children, in particular children in vulnerable situations. And we wish India a successful review. I thank you.
Thank you. Timor-Leste.
Timor-Leste, please.
Senhor Presidente, Timor-Leste welcomes the progress made by India on human rights since its last UPR, including the establishment of the Ministry for Water Conservation and Management and policies to ensure universal access to safe and adequate drinking water, the adoption of the amendments to the Maternity Benefit Act, the Child Labor Act, and the Children from Sexual Offences Act. Timor-Leste recommends that India strengthens efforts to ensure that the justice system adjudicates cases in a gender-sensitive manner, continues to invest in the public health workforce to prevent, prepare for, and respond to all types of health emergencies, including gender-based violence, and considers establishing a legislative framework that recognizes the human rights to water and sanitation, and that such legal recognition is harmonized. We wish India a very successful review. Thank you.
Thank you. Togo
has the floor. President, Togo commends the progress achieved by India since its previous UPR, in particular the granting of a constitutional status to the National Commission on Backward Castes, as well as the amendment of the law on the prevention of atrocities against scheduled castes, as well as positive action in favor of the most vulnerable groups of society. We would like to make the following recommendations. Firstly, to ratify the Convention Against Torture and Other Cruel, Degrading or Inhumane Treatment and the optional protocol related thereto. Secondly, to ratify the optional protocol to the International Covenant on Economic, Social and Cultural Rights. And thirdly, to accede to the Convention on the Status of Refugees and to the Protocol on the Status of Refugees. Togo would like to conclude by wishing India a very successful UPR. Thank you.
Thank you.
Tunisia, please.
شكرا سيد الرئيس. يرحب وفد.
Thank you, President. A cordial welcome to the Indian delegation. We thank them for the national report. We would like to commend India's efforts to implement the recommendations received during the previous UPR cycle. We have the following recommendations to make. Firstly, to continue efforts aimed at achieving the SDGs and to fight against climate change. To continue efforts aimed at implementing national policies against child labor and against violence against children, and to continue efforts to improve school enrollment rates, equal opportunities, and to ensure adult learning as well. A very successful UPR to India. Thank you.
Thank you.
Turkey, please.
Mr. President, Turkey welcomes the delegation of India. We appreciate the efforts by India towards realization of sustainable development goals. We trust that India's commitment to inclusivity and protection of human rights for all individuals, including members of minority communities, would only strengthen its status and credibility as the world's largest secular democracy with diverse cultures. In this spirit, we recommend India to take effective measures to prevent, persecute, and remedy discrimination and violence against Muslims and other religious minorities, condemn and address hate speech against Muslims and other minorities, take further action to combat trafficking in persons, including finalizing and implementing the Trafficking in Persons Bill, ensure the right to food to vulnerable sections of the population, and continue implementing measures aimed at poverty alleviation, including for women. Finally, regretting that solid peace and cooperation has not taken root between India and Pakistan even 75 years after their independence, we wish for fair and lasting peace in Kashmir. Thank you.
Thank you. Turkmenistan,
please.
Thank you, Mr. President. Turkmenistan extends its warm welcome to the distinguished delegation of India and thanks it for the detailed presentation of the human rights-related accomplishments. We welcome the significant role of the National Human Rights Commission of India in the promotion and protection of human rights in an inclusive manner. Turkmenistan commends the government of India for ongoing efforts to develop its business responsibility framework to provide an enabling environment for improved participation of businesses in securing basic rights of the citizens. Along with that, we would like to submit the following recommendation. 1. To further strengthen work of the task force for preparation of India's National Plan of Action on Human Rights. 2. To continue implementing measures on strengthening of healthcare infrastructure, housing facilities, as well as support system for people of dependent on agriculture. In conclusion, Turkmenistan wishes the government of India a successful implementation of UPR recommendations of the fourth cycle. I thank you.
Thank you. Ukraine,
please.
Thank you, Mr. President. Ukraine welcomes the delegation of India and thanks for the presentation of its national report. We welcome the adoption of multi-pronged strategy for poverty alleviation and operationalizing holistic measurement of poverty by developing national multidimensional poverty index. We encourage India to continue with further work and would like to recommend to review and make the amendments to all restrictive laws so it conforms with international law and its standards, to redouble their efforts to ratify the Convention Against Torture, to ratify the international human rights treaties and the relevant optional protocols to which India is not a party yet. Ukraine wishes India a successful review. Thank you.
Thank you. Emirato.
Thank you. The United Arab Emirates, please.
سيد الرئيس يرحب وفد بلادي بوفد.
Thank you, President. We would like to welcome the Indian delegation led by Mr. Tushamira, and we would like to commend India's efforts to strengthen its human rights system. We commend India's efforts to implement the development plan for children despite obstacles in practice and despite the COVID-19 pandemic. We have two recommendations to make. Firstly, to support initiatives aimed at ensuring free education up until the age of 14, and secondly, to continue efforts with a view to fighting against climate change in full respect of human rights. Every success to India. Thank you.
Thank you. United Kingdom, tiene la palabra.
Yes, Senor Presidente, let me warmly welcome the Solicitor General and his colleagues here today, and let me thank India for its continued engagement with the UPR and welcome India's commitment to implement the Convention Against Torture. We urge India to ensure its existing laws against child labour, human trafficking and forced labour are fully implemented. We recommend in particular that it set out plans for the ratification and implementation of the Convention Against Torture, that it reinforce efforts to protect the rights of all minorities as enshrined in the Indian Constitution, and that it ensure progress in the implementation of the Protection of Children Against Sexual Offences Bill and enhance protective mechanisms for child victims. Thank you, and I didn't even mention the cricket.
Thank you. Tiene la palabra.
Thank you. Tanzania, please.
Republic of Tanzania congratulates India for the comprehensive national report and welcomes the update. We acknowledge the progress made by India towards achieving the development agenda and improve the lives of its people. We note the various measures taken in the education and health sectors. We recommend India to consider taking steps towards improving access to maternal health, as well as continue its efforts in implementing its comprehensive policies to ensure quality education for all children. We congratulate India for ensuring that more than 94% households have access to improved drinking water sources. We therefore recommend the government to continue to implement policies to increase access to safe and clean drinking water in rural areas.
Thank you. United States of America, tiene la palabra.
United States welcomes the distinguished Indian delegation. We share with India, the world's largest democracy, the values of democracy, free speech, pluralism, and tolerance. And we encourage India to continue striving toward those ideals in consultation with civil society. We recommend that India, 1, reduce the broad application of the Unlawful Activities Prevention Act and similar laws against human rights activists, journalists, and religious minorities. 2, ratify the Convention Against Torture and prosecute those responsible for human rights abuses. 3, improve the transparency of license adjudications related to Foreign Contribution Regulation Act, FCRA, and create easier pathways for NGOs to appeal adverse government decisions on FCRA licenses. Despite legal protections, discrimination and violence based on gender and religious affiliation persist. The application of anti-terror legislation has led to prolonged detentions of human rights defenders and activists, often on a pre-trial status. We wish the Indian delegation a successful UPR. I thank you.
Thank you. Uruguay, tiene la palabra.
Thank you. Uruguay, please. Thank you very much, President. Uruguay would like to welcome the delegation of India, whom we thank for the report. We commend their efforts, which, for instance, include the enactment of the law on the protection of the rights of transgender persons. Encouraged by this commitment, we have the following recommendations. Firstly, to increase the financial and human resources allocated to implementing the protection mechanisms for children and teenagers with a view to eradicating child labour and child marriage, as well as sexual exploitation. To adopt an effective framework for protecting human rights defenders and journalists, which would protect them against acts of persecution, intimidation, or harassment. To continue efforts to implement the law on the protection of the rights of transgender persons. Finally, Uruguay wishes India a successful 4th UPR. Thank you.
Gracias.
Thank you. Uzbekistan, please.
Thank you, Mr. President. Uzbekistan welcomes the distinguished delegation of India for submitting the national report. We commend the efforts taken by the government of India to promote and protect economic, social, and cultural rights of its people, as well as the adoption of strategy for poverty alleviation. Our delegation makes the following recommendations. First, take all necessary measures for strengthening the national human rights institutions within the framework of Paris principles. Second, continue further practical measures to protect and promote the rights of children and persons with disabilities. We wish distinguished delegation of India a successful review of the national report. I thank you.
Thank you.
Vanuatu, please.
Hello.
Thank you, Mr. President. Vanuatu welcomes the delegation of India and thanks them for their insightful presentation. While noting the positive efforts made by India in protection and promotion of human rights, Vanuatu would like to make the following recommendations. 1. Review and repeal the draft 2020 environmental impact assessment notification and reverse the dilution of environmental land and mining laws to ensure a clean, healthy, and sustainable environment. 2. Ratify or accede to the Treaty on the Prohibition of Nuclear Weapons. And 3. Extend standing invitation to all UN special procedures. Vanuatu wishes India a successful review. I thank you.
Thank you. Venezuela.
Venezuela has the floor via Zoom. Thank you, President. We welcome the distinguished delegation of India. We commend you on your success in implementing UPR recommendations, particularly those to raise the well-being of women and children, persons with disabilities, and vulnerable communities. India's made significant progress in economic development and fighting poverty. Free health coverage is provided to over 500 million people, and efforts being made to take water to rural homes by 2024. We congratulate you and recommend that you consider taking extra measures to implement laws and existing policies to fight sex crimes against women and children, to strengthen your social programs to increase income generating opportunities, particularly to empower women and to tackle rural poverty, and continue to strengthen policies to ensure that persons with disabilities can enjoy their rights in the framework of the Accessible India campaign. Thank you. I call on Vietnam.
We warmly welcome the delegation of India and thank them for the report today. We commend India's efforts and progress made in advancing human rights since the last UPR cycle. Vietnam makes the following recommendations to India. 1. Continue to strengthen measures for increasing lively opportunities and addressing rural poverty, especially for women empowerment. 2. Continue strengthening the legislation on prohibition of child marriage to eradicate child and forced marriage. 3. Continue its efforts to address negative impacts of climate change and develop relevant strategy for mitigating the impact of climate change on the effective enjoyment of human rights. We wish India every success. I thank you.
Thank you, Ambassador. Yemen.
I call on Yemen by video.
Mr. President, we would like to welcome the delegation of India, and we would like to voice our appreciation for the presentation and its details, in which we have reviewed all the achievements made by the government of India in the field of human rights. The government of India has adopted a multifaceted strategy in order to alleviate poverty using short and long-term initiatives. Also, India has committed itself to take categoric measures to combat trafficking in persons and to support the victims and protect them, including the implementation of the terms of the United Nations Convention on Organized Crime. We commend all the efforts made by India in the field of human rights, and we recommend India to continue working and making every effort so that a law against the trafficking in persons would be adopted, as well as providing assistance and prevention and the rehabilitation of the victims. Thank you.
Thank you. Zambia,
I call on Zambia.
Zambia welcomes the distinguished delegation of India to the fourth cycle of the UPR, thanks them for their comprehensive national report, and commends them for the establishment of the task force on preparation of a national plan of action on human rights. Zambia recommends the following: 1, prohibition of corporal punishment in schools; 2, provision of holistic and gender-sensitive support to victims and survivors of sexual violence from marginalized communities; and 3, prohibition of all forms of labor, child labor up to the age of 18. We wish India a successful review. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you.
Algeria has the floor.
Mr. President, Algeria warmly welcomes the distinguished delegation of India. We welcome India's commitment to reform its legal system with a view to protecting and promoting the rights of women and girls. We also commend India for undertaking proactive policies to address health, education, housing, poverty alleviation, food and social security. We would like to make the following recommendations. Firstly, pursue efforts to combat violence against women and children at the national and local levels through sustained improvement of services in public health centers, hospitals, and regional and technical units on the protection of women and children. Secondly, continue national efforts to realize social and economic development and eradicate poverty and achieve comprehensive sustainable development for all. We wish India a successful review cycle. I thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you. Angola,
I call on Angola.
Thank you, Mr. President. Angola welcomes the delegation of India to this cycle. We note that India has taken effective measures to strengthen its human rights framework while developing institutional infrastructure for the promotion of human rights. We particularly welcome the implementation of a comprehensive development strategy through accelerated economic growth and broader social safety nets with a special focus on vulnerable groups. Angola encouraged India to continue taking steps to protect and strengthen women's rights in all areas and recommends the following: to take concrete measures to protect the rights of religious minorities against all forms of violence and discrimination, to mainstream the fight against leprosy through poverty reduction programs, to consider ratifying the UN Convention Against Torture. I thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you. Argentina tiene la palabra.
I call on Argentina. President, Argentina congratulates India on implementing a number of programs for older persons during 2021. In addition, we have the following recommendations. 1, adopt additional measures to ratify the International Convention for Protecting All Persons from Enforced Disappearance. 2, revise and amend the law on protecting the rights of transgender persons from 2019 in order to allow official identity documents to be issued for these persons, including the adoption of measures to effectively prevent violence by institutions and police forces against trans persons. And 3, abolish the death penalty for all crimes and all circumstances by initially declaring a moratorium on executions. Thank you. Thank you. I call on Armenia.
Thank you, Mr. President. Armenia warmly welcomes the distinguished delegation of India and thanks for the presentation of report. India is indeed the largest democracy in the world, whose remarkable progress and best practices we have been attentively studying. In the spirit of close cooperation, we recommend to continue prioritizing active work towards reduction of neonatal and maternal mortality rates, to further expand investment in the public health workforce, education and training, and given India's amazing IT achievements, to further address the gender and equity divide in digital education. We wish India every success and productive fourth review. I thank you.
Thank you. Australia.
I call on Australia.
Thank you, Mr. President. Australia welcomes India's efforts since 2017. In the interest of time, I'll just move straight to the recommendations. Australia recommends India, 1, ensure civil society is able to operate without interference by establishing grievance redressal and appellate processes to increase transparency and support the application of the Foreign Contribution Regulation Act. 2, establish a formal moratorium on the death penalty with a view to ratifying the second optional protocol to the ICCPR. 3, strengthen accountability measures by collecting and publishing data in a timely manner to enable objective monitoring and evaluation of human rights indicators. And 4, ratify the optional protocol to the Convention on the Rights of Persons with Disabilities and finalize the draft national policy for persons with disabilities. Thank you.
Thank you. Bahamas.
I call on Bahamas.
Mr. President, we thank the delegation of India for its report and commend progress made since the last review. In a constructive spirit, the Bahamas recommends that India, 1, accelerate efforts to ratify the UN Convention Against Torture, 2, scale up efforts to address food insecurity among women and poor and vulnerable children, including by tackling root causes such as social norms which contribute thereto, and 3, bring domestic legislation in line with the provisions of the Convention on the Rights of Persons with Disabilities. We positively recognize efforts by India to promote a fair and inclusive society, including through its extensive food safety net programs, and commend the commitment of India to providing developmental assistance and capacity building to other countries and regions, such as the provision of vaccines during the pandemic, which benefited countries such as the Bahamas. We wish India a successful UPR. I thank you.
Thank you. Bahrain.
I call on Bahrain.
Thank you, Mr. President. The Kingdom of Bahrain welcomes the delegation of India and thanks them for their presentation. We welcome India's efforts to the promotion and protection of human rights since its last review, and we commend its initiatives during the outbreak of the COVID-19 pandemic and its efforts in addressing violence against women and girls. In spirit of the constructive cooperation, we offer the following recommendations. First, consider further efforts for rural infrastructure development with a view to eliminate poverty. Second, continue efforts to expand universal health coverage and ensure social security for all Indians. Third, continue efforts to combat trafficking in persons and support and protect victims. The Kingdom of Bahrain wishes India a successful review. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you. Bangladesh.
I call on Bangladesh.
Thank you, Mr. President. Bangladesh thanks the distinguished delegation of India for its comprehensive presentation. We congratulate India for its remarkable achievements in ensuring universal access to affordable healthcare and free education to children, improving nutrition, poverty eradication, despite the COVID-related challenges. We are happy to note Indian emphasis on equality and non-discrimination and its legislative initiatives to address human trafficking. We are confident and we expect that the Indian human rights situation will continue to match its democratic credentials. In this spirit, Bangladesh recommends India to intensify its efforts in implementing its comprehensive policies to ensure quality education for all children and improve access to safe and clean drinking water and sanitation. We wish India a successful review. I thank you.
Thank you. Belarus.
I call on Belarus.
Thank you, President. We welcome the distinguished delegation of India and we thank them for the presentation of the substantive national report. We note the broad range of human rights obligations of India and the significant progress achieved by the government to implement them. In particular, there has been improvement of legislation as well as better protection for vulnerable categories of the population and better access to education and medical services. We welcome the government's efforts and the specific outcomes achieved linked to the social security system population and efforts made to reduce violence against girls and children and more effective ways of fighting human trafficking. In the spirit of our constructive partnership, we would like to recommend the following: to continue work towards joining the international instruments in the field of human rights and to ratify them. We wish India every success. Thank you.
Thank you. Belgica.
I call on Belgium. Thank you, Mr. President. Belgium welcomes the delegation of India and appreciates India's efforts in addressing violence against women. We are convinced that further progress can be achieved to address gender-based violence and support human rights defenders. Therefore, Belgium recommends India to 1. Remove the exception related to marital rape from the definition of rape in Section 375 of the Indian Penal Code. 2. Repeal or amend the Foreign Contribution Act 2020 to ensure the right to freedom of association in line with the ICCPR. 3. Repeal or revise the Penal Code as well as the Unlawful Activities Act to ensure the right to freedom of expression in conformity with the ICCPR. 4. Withdraw the Armed Forces Act 1958 and 1990 from the districts where it remains fully or partially in jurisdiction. I thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you. Benin.
I call on Benin. We thank India for presenting its national report, which highlights meaningful progress in human rights since the previous UPR cycle. Our delegation also hails progress in good governance, fighting poverty and environmental protection. Our recommendations: 1. Strengthen the combat against human trafficking and slavery. 2. Ratify the Convention Against Torture and its optional protocol. 3. Ratify the 2 optional protocols to the International Covenant on Civil and Political Rights. Benin wishes India every success in the review. Thank you. Thank you. I call on Bhutan.
Bhutan welcomes the concrete efforts made by India in implementing its human rights obligations, particularly those guided by its developmental agenda. Bhutan also welcomes the measure to mitigate the impact of the pandemic and applaud India's generosity in donating COVID vaccines to many countries during the crisis. Bhutan commends India's policy initiative to address poverty through various poverty alleviation measures. We also note the measures taken such as amendment of the criminal law on sexual harassment, increased penalty for rape of girl child, and the setting up of health centers for victims of sexual offences. We recommend the following: 1, to continue its efforts in addressing rural poverty, and 2, take further steps to combat sexual offence against women and children. We wish India every success in its review. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you. Botswana.
I call on Botswana.
Mr. President, we welcome the delegation of the Republic of India to the 4th cycle of the UPR process and thank them for their comprehensive national report. We note with appreciation that India supported both our recommendations submitted during their last review, which were to take all appropriate measures in the implementation of the 2015 Juvenile Justice Act to give children aged 18 years and below an opportunity for rehabilitation and to ratify the Convention Against Torture. However, we take note that the consideration of the latter remains outstanding. In that regard, Botswana recommends that India ratifies the optional protocol on the Convention on the Elimination of All Forms of Discrimination Against Women. 2, ensures universal health care coverage and access for all persons with disabilities in rural and urban areas. We wish India a successful UPR outcome. I thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you. Brazil tiene la palabra.
Brazil has the floor.
Thank you. Brazil welcomes the delegation of India to the 4th cycle of the UPR. We appreciate India's commitments to seeking universal access to affordable health care for all, and in particular, India's sense of responsibility and solidarity by sharing COVID vaccines and response products to more than 150 countries. We commend India for aligning the national voluntary guidelines on socioeconomic and environmental responsibility of business with the UN principles and the SDGs. With the spirit of constructive dialogue, Brazil recommends India to strengthen efforts to implement labor laws, especially concerning informal workers and women workers, and to consider adopting regulations on the protection of persons that ensure the rights of freedom and expression and privacy in accordance with the existing international standards. We wish India a successful review.
Thank you. Brunei.
I call on Brunei Darussalam.
Thank you, Mr. President. Brunei thanks India for the presentation and welcomes the steps taken in implementing recommendations from the previous cycle. In particular, we commend India's commitment in the area of adequate housing through programs such as the NULM and Smart Cities Mission, which has reduced poverty and enabled its people to access gainful self-employment and skilled wage employment opportunities. However, we note with concern on the report of attacks on minority communities and instances of religious intolerance, violence, and discrimination. Mr. President, Brunei proposes the following recommendations. 1, to continue implementing various schemes and measures to ensure inclusive access to adequate housing and basic amenities. And 2, prioritize efforts to ensure that persons with disabilities are afforded the same right to education as all. We wish India to review. Thank you.
Thank you. Bulgaria.
I call on Bulgaria. Mr. President, Bulgaria warmly welcomes the distinguished delegation of India. We appreciate the reinforcement of the constitutional principles of equality and non-discrimination through various legislative, institutional, and policy measures after the third UPR cycle. Bulgaria applauds the successful implementation of poverty alleviation programs by the Indian government and commends India's progress in providing access to affordable healthcare for all and ensuring free and compulsory education for all children in the age of 6 to 14 years. We would like to make the following recommendations. 1, take further measures to promote women's participation in the workforce, including through equal pay, skills development, job retention during pregnancy and maternity, and return to work opportunities after maternity. 2, complete the review process to bring the legislation, policies, and schemes for the protection of the rights of persons with disabilities in line with the provisions of the Convention on the Rights of Persons with Disabilities. We wish the delegation of India a successful review. Gracias, Presidente.
Gracias, Embajador.
Thank you, Ambassador. Burkina Faso has the floor by video. Thank you. We bid a warm welcome to the Indian delegation and thank it for presenting its national report. We applaud India's efforts to implement recommendations accepted during the previous UPR cycle, which have led to a drop in maternal mortality from 122 to 103 per 100,000 live births by 2019. Whilst we encourage India to pursue its efforts and in a spirit of constructive dialogue, we have the following recommendations. 1, to ensure access to water and sanitation services on an equal footing regardless of the place or status of residence. And 2, strive to ensure that persons with disabilities have access to public services in an inclusive and non-discriminatory fashion, particularly in rural areas. We wish India a successful review. Thank you.
Gracias.
Thank you. I call on Burundi. Thank you, President. The Burundian delegation welcomes the Indian delegation and congratulates it on accepted recommendations. We appreciate India's determination to promote human rights in all spheres of life. We recommend the following. 1, to pursue these efforts to improve the environment, take measures to promote access to free education and health for all, free education and affordable health for all. We wish India every success. Thank you.
Yes,
Thank you. I call on Cambodia.
Thank you, Mr. President. Cambodia recognizes India's ongoing efforts to review legislation and to undertake legal reforms in line with its commitment to international human rights obligations. Cambodia commends measures taken by India to implement recommendations in the adoption of its third UPR cycle. In the constructive spirit, Cambodia would like to put forward 2 recommendations. 1, continue efforts and measures to increase safe and sustainable drinking water in rural areas and to improve sanitation coverage, especially for indigenous community and most vulnerable groups. 2, continue effort to promote women's rights and to eliminate violence against women and girls through effective legislation and law enforcement measures. I wish the delegation of India every success in this review. I thank you.
Thank you. Cameroon.
I call on Cameroon. Thank you, President. The delegation of Cameroon congratulates India for its brilliant and informative report to the 41st session of the UPR. India has made a lot of progress. It's definitely on the up. We have the following recommendations. 1, to grant the highest level of priority to women's safety by making a commitment to eradicate all forms of discrimination against women and promoting their empowerment. 2, pursue efforts to protect children from sexual exploitation, corporal punishment, child marriage and labour, and support victims of sexual crimes. 3, pursue the protection of persons with disabilities. And 4th, continue efforts to integrate scheduled castes and tribes into the development process. We wish you every success in implementing the recommendations accepted. Thank you. I call on Canada.
Thank you, Mr. President. Canada welcomes the steps taken by India to improve economic and social rights for all, including women and girls. Canada recommends that India, 1, improve the enforcement of laws related to sexual violence, investigating all acts of sexual violence, providing training to law enforcement officials on effective interventions, and expanding the definition of rape and sexual assault to include marital rape. Number 2, to protect freedom of religion by investigating all cases of religious violence and discrimination on religious grounds, including against Muslims, condemning these cases and sensitizing the public on religious tolerance. 3, strengthen media freedom by ensuring that all legislation, including the Unlawful Activities Prevention Act, is compliant with India's international obligations under human rights law. And 4, address violence and discrimination based on sexual orientation and gender identity. Thank you.
Gracias, Chile.
Thank you. I call on Chile. Thank you, President. We bid a cordial welcome to the Indian delegation and thank it for presenting its national report. In a constructive spirit, we recommend 1, work towards ratifying the Convention Against Torture. 2, consider taking measures to establish a moratorium on the death penalty, which will lead to its abolition. 3, study measures to reduce discrimination against women, including training of law enforcement officers in protecting the victims of sexual violence. Lastly, we recognise India's progress towards equality and non-discrimination. We wish India every success in this 4th cycle of the UPR. Thank you. I call on China.
主席先生。
Thank you, President. The Chinese delegation has 3 recommendations for India. Firstly, continue to promote economic and social development on a sustainable basis, which will allow all Indians to enjoy their human rights. 2, take measures to fight human trafficking. And 3, to pursue gender equality. We commend India on its progress in economic and social development and strengthening the coverage of social security. We do hope that India will have a successful review. Thank you.
Thank you. Congo tiene la palabra.
Congo has the floor.
Le Congo salue la
Congo welcomes the Indian delegation and congratulates it on the presentation of its national report. India has made a number of efforts to promote and protect human rights since the last cycle. Meaningful progress has been made in economic and social rights in particular, and especially when it comes to health and education. Furthermore, my country applauds India's commitment to human rights thanks to its funding of the Office of the High Commissioner. We have the constructive recommendations as follows: to fight against debt servitude by rigorously applying the 2016 law prohibiting it, to ratify the Convention Against Torture and other cruel, inhuman, degrading treatment or punishment. Lastly, Congo wishes India every success in its UPR. Thank you.
Gracias.
Thank you. Costa Rica has the floor. Thank you very much, President. Costa Rica thanks India for presenting its national report, and we have the following recommendations. 1, adopt a legal definition from the WHO on female genital mutilation, criminalize it, and implement a national plan to eradicate it. 2, establish 18 as the minimum age for marriage throughout the country. 3, develop an action plan to eradicate all forms of discrimination against Dalits and promote their integration in the private and public labour markets, promote the right to a clean, healthy environment in the Constitution, ensure freedom of expression, and remove obstacles to accessing information online, to extend the coverage of supplies of drinking water and sanitation. Thank you. Thank you. Côte d'Ivoire has the floor. I'm not sure if you're on Zoom or in the room. Thank you, President. Côte d'Ivoire thanks the Indian delegation for presenting its national report. We congratulate India on its activities to promote human rights through training provided to civil servants in human rights in general, and in particular on collective rights. We encourage the Indian authorities to pursue their efforts, and we have the following recommendations. 1, ratify the Convention on the Status of Refugees, and to speed up the prosecution of violence against women and have a health sector response to gender-based violence at all levels. Côte d'Ivoire wishes India every success in the review. Thank you. I call on Croatia.
Mr. President, Croatia welcomes the delegation of India and thanks them for their report. We welcome the government's efforts in improving overall human rights situation in the country. However, we are concerned about the use of death penalty in recent years. We encourage the government to take steps towards the moratorium on the use of death penalty and to ensure the respect of international standards that provide safeguards guaranteeing protection of the rights of those facing the death penalty. We have 3 recommendations. 1, address structural disadvantages faced by marginalized communities in accessing education, including Christian community. 2, decriminalize defamation and libel and strengthen an independent broadcast media authority. 3, ratify the 2nd optional protocol to the International Covenant on Civil and Political Rights, aiming at the abolition of the death penalty. We wish the delegation of India a successful review session. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you. Cuba, tiene la palabra.
Cuba is recognized. Thank you very much, Mr. President. We would like to extend a warm welcome to the delegation of India and to thank them for the presentation of the report. We acknowledge their commitment to the UPR review. We would like to recommend, first, continue making efforts in the effective implementation of the General Plan on the Rights of the Elderly, so as to ensure their well-being and their rights. 2, to continue to strengthen the legal framework as well as public policies to mitigate poverty with a view to eradicating it, and along those lines to continue to give priority to the most vulnerable groups. We wish India every success in this review. Thank you.
Gracias.
Thank you. Cyprus has the floor.
Mr. President, Cyprus welcomes the distinguished delegation from India and for the presentation of its report. Cyprus commends India for progress made since the last UPR cycle, including significant strides in poverty reduction. The Supreme Court's 2018 decriminalization of consensual adult same-sex relationship was a major step in mitigating discrimination. Cyprus wishes to recommend ratify the 1st and 2nd optional protocols to the ICCPR and the optional protocol to the ICESCR. Enhance legal provisions combating discrimination against women and girls. Continue efforts to effectively enforce environmental policies. Organize campaigns and educational programs to raise awareness of the importance of cultural heritage in all its diversity. I thank you.
Thank you. República Checa.
Thank you. The Czech Republic has
The Czech Republic welcomes the delegation of India and appreciates the improvement of legal provisions upholding women's rights. We wish to recommend to recognize domestic workers in India's 4 labor codes and recognize their right to collective social security benefits. To introduce comprehensive sex education in the Indian school curriculum to increase the students' awareness, train teachers, and prepare information materials for families. To repeal the crimes of sedition and criminal defamation in the Indian Penal Code in order to be in line with international standards on freedom of expression. to enact and implement domestic legislation on the rights of persons belonging to national or ethnic, religious, and linguistic minorities. Finally, to guarantee freedom of expression and carry out independent investigation of all cases of attacks on journalists, including arbitrary detention and intimidation, especially in Jammu and Kashmir. We wish India a successful review. Thank you.
Thank you. Último orador.
Thank you. And our last speaker is the governor.
Thank you, Mr. President. The Republic of the Gambia warmly welcome the distinguished delegation of India and thank them for their continued and constructive engagement with the UPR mechanism. Mr. President, the Gambia welcomes and takes note that the Constitution of India guarantees free and compulsory education of all children between the ages of 6 to 14 as a fundamental right. We equally take note and welcomes India's efforts towards ensuring that persons with disabilities are better protected to promote more inclusivity. Mr. President, while recognizing the efforts being put in place by the government of India towards child protection, my delegation would like to make the following recommendations. One, for India to strengthen its laws and implementation structure at all levels to eradicate all forms of child labor, child trafficking, and domestic violence against children. For India to ensure that the justice system is responsive to women and disabilities and guarantee their rights for privacy and safety. And I thank you.
Muchas gracias.
Many thanks. Now we would like to give the floor to the Indian delegation for its final comments. Thank you.
Mr. President, Excellencies and distinguished delegates, let me take this opportunity to thank you all for your participation in India's 4th UPR. We have heard and taken careful note of your comments, queries, and recommendations. I have already responded to some of the issues raised by the member states during my previous intervention. I'll try to respond to as many remaining issues as possible within the limited time available. So far as the question concerning torture or enforced disappearance is concerned, let me underline that India condemns any form of torture and maintains an inviolable stand against arbitrary detention, torture, rape, or sexual violence by anyone. The Constitution of India guarantees to every person the right to life and personal liberty, which the Supreme Court of India has interpreted to include the right to live with dignity. India is a signatory to the Convention Against Torture and Other Cruel, Inhuman, or Degrading Treatment or Punishment, as well as International Convention for the Protection of All Persons from Enforced Disappearances, and remains committed to ratifying the conventions. The 273rd report of the Law Commission of India has provided its recommendations on the implementation of convention, along with the draft Prevention of Torture Bill. Since the subject falls under the concurrent list under our constitution, the central government needs to take into account the opinion of states in this regard. The recommendation and the draft have been circulated to all the state governments and union territories for their comments. Further, the existing legal framework in India, such as provisions under the Constitution, Indian Penal Code, the Code of Criminal Procedure, among others, guarantees adequate protection against any form of arbitrary detention, torture, and cruel, inhuman, or degrading treatment or punishment. As remedial measure against torture, courts in India have recognized victims' compensation, and in some instances, courts and the National Human Rights Commission have even directed payment of compensation, to which the state has duly complied. As regards the freedom of speech and opinion is concerned, the Constitution of India guarantees to every citizen the fundamental right to freedom of speech and expression. Like any other freedom, the freedom of speech and expression is not absolute in nature and is subject to reasonable restrictions in the interest of sovereignty and integrity of India, security of the state, friendly relations with the foreign state, public order, decency or morality, contempt of God, defamation, or incitement to an offense. As is evident, these restrictions are conceived to protect national and public interest and are required to meet a very high threshold. They are in consonance with Article 19, Sub-Article 3 of ICCPR, being a fundamental right, any restriction imposed is amenable to judicial review by the constitutional courts in India, including by directly approaching the Supreme Court of India. Imposing reasonable restrictions enables the state to regulate freedom of speech and expression when it amounts to hate speech or leads to incitement to an offense. Nevertheless, it is a settled law in India that any restriction imposed must not be excessive or disproportionate. For instance, the Supreme Court in Shreya Singhal versus Union of India in the year 2015 struck down Section 66A of the Information Technology Act 2000 as vague, unconstitutional, and imposing unreasonable restriction on the freedom of speech and expression. So far as the Citizenship Amendment Act CAA 2019 is concerned, it is a limited and focused legislation which reaffirms India's commitment to the welfare of persecuted minorities in the region. This is similar to laws that exist elsewhere in defining specific criteria for citizenship pathways. The criteria defined here is specific to India and its neighborhood and takes into account the historical context and the current ground realities. It is aimed at enabling foreigners of 6 minority communities, namely Hindu, Sikh, Buddhist, Jain, Parsi, and Christian community from 3 specified neighboring countries who have migrated to India owing to their religious persecution in those countries to obtain Indian citizenship. It will help in reducing their statelessness and would enable beneficiaries to have a more secure and dignified life. This act neither takes away citizenship of any Indian citizen, nor amends, nor abridges any existing process for acquiring Indian citizenship by any foreigner of any country belonging to any faith or religion. So far as legislations concerning anti-terrorism and national security laws like UAPA are concerned, I would like to begin by saying that we have been facing terrorism from several decades. The state has a responsibility to protect its own citizens against the terrorist acts. We have enacted legislations like Unlawful Activities Prevention Act, Armed Forces within bracket Special Powers bracket over Act, National Security Act to deal with the menace of terrorism and to protect the sovereignty, unity, and integrity of India. These legislations have been enacted to secure a balance between the liberty of citizens and the security of the state. They have adequate safeguards inbuilt against any potential misuse. Operation of Armed Forces Special Powers Act is periodically reviewed by the Government of India after consultation with the state government concerned and the central agencies based upon the ground situation. Due to the improved security situation, the said act was withdrawn completely from the state of Tripura in May 2015, from the state of Meghalaya in April 2018. Further, in April 2022, it was withdrawn from 23 districts in Assam, partially from 7 districts in Nagaland and 6 districts in Manipur. These decisions are taken based upon the prevailing circumstances in each of the disturbed areas in order to protect the rights of the citizens. Mr. President, Excellencies, and distinguished delegates, there were also observations, comments, and recommendations related to key economic, social, and cultural rights. India attaches high importance to implementation of these rights. Besides my opening remarks, brief statements made by representatives of various ministries of the Government of India have outlined the initiatives that we have taken to fulfill our obligations in respect of these rights, including our success in meeting sustainable development goals and creating an inclusive economy and society. Mr. President, Our participation in UPR has been informed by our democratic spirit. My delegation from different ministries and departments of the government will be returning with renewed commitment and new ideas for further strengthening our institutional, legislative, and administrative framework for better protection and promotion of human rights of our people. We are aware of the challenges but remain steadfast to realize this goal. I thank you for your participation and kind attention. I now invite our Vice Minister, Ministry of External Affairs, Mr. Sanjay Verma, for our closing remarks.
Thank you, sir. Mr. President, Excellencies, distinguished delegates. On behalf of the delegation of India, I sincerely thank you for your constructive participation and engagement in the Universal Periodic Review. It is encouraging that a large number of member states took to the floor today. We found the entire exercise of preparation for and participation in the UPR useful. We have tried to respond to as many issues raised as possible within the limited time frame. We are thankful for your observations as well as recommendations. We will duly reflect on them in consultation with various stakeholders, including civil society organizations. We value your comments and recommendations, which should undoubtedly be taken into consideration by my government in delineating the next steps for further advancing the goal of protection of human rights of our people. India remains deeply committed to multilateralism, the UN Charter and its founding principles. In our tenure as a member of the Security Council, which comes to an end this year, we have acted as a bridge on some serious but divisive issues confronting the Council. As we begin the G20 presidency next month, we are sensitive to the challenges faced by developing countries. India will work with other G20 members to address serious
Okay, we're going to end it there because that is essentially the end of the live stream. That was just some concluding remarks from the Indian representatives. So let's talk about what happened. To those of you who are just joining us now, welcome. And for those of you who are here for our pre-session, welcome back. This is our special panel discussion to analyze what just went down during India's 4th Universal Periodic Review at the United Nations office in Geneva. If I could ask our panelists to please turn their cameras on, that way I can introduce you all in our amazing lineup. I think we're still waiting on 1 or 2 panelists to join, but I'll introduce who we have here. Our lineup is pretty stellar today. We've got researchers, activists, experts on genocide and the India situation. Joining us live are Dr. Gregory Stanton, president and founder of the watchdog organization Genocide Watch. We have Govind Acharya, the India and Kashmir specialist and former board member of Amnesty International. We have Mr. Wissam Al-Salibi, the director of the Geneva office of the World Evangelical Alliance. We have Ria Chakrabarti, policy director at Hindus for Human Rights, and Ashlyn Lynch-Kelly, genocide desk researcher at Indian American Muslim Council. We're also waiting on one more panelist, John Prabhudas, chairman of the Federation of Indian American Christian Organizations in North America, also known as Fiacona. So thank you all so much for joining us. What a ride. Let's just jump into this. Wissam, I want to start with you since for our viewers who are just joining, Wissam has a lot of experience with these processes at the United Nations. Let's go ahead and hear your initial thoughts. How did this UPR session go for India?
Thank you, Safa. Can you hear me well?
Yes, we can hear you.
Thank you. Well, I was able to follow most of the event, and my initial sense is that most of the issues that we've advocated for, we've recommended in our report, were addressed in one way or the other at this UPR session. So in that sense, the issue of religious minorities, freedom of original belief, protection from violence, anti-conversion laws, the FCRA, I think more than 12 countries maybe mentioned explicitly the FCRA. So all of these were addressed during, and the recommendations were issued during the last 3-4 hours during this session. So in that sense, I felt that this is good. Now we're in a waiting role now to see, and I hope that the Indian government will accept all these recommendations that I mentioned in order to demonstrate its commitment to the protection of religious minorities, Christians, Muslims, and other minorities, and to fight discrimination. Now, I do know that I don't know if anyone recommended with regards to scheduled caste discrimination. I will review the UPR session to make sure if anyone recommended whether the discrimination against Christians and Muslims was made to remove the discrimination against Christians and Muslims as part of the scheduled caste affirmative action. I have to make sure that what happened with that recommendation. I have to review the whole session. Otherwise, most issues that come to mind have been addressed. I will say upfront that I am disappointed by the United Kingdom and by the United States of America. I'm disappointed because the UK did not mention the issue of freedom of religion or belief. The US mentioned discrimination against religious minorities without any recommendation. So that was a bit surprising, to say the least. I would also say that some countries mentioned repealing the FCRA. Other countries mentioned applying the FCRA in a way that is more acceptable. Either way, we hope all these recommendations would be accepted, leading to better respect for human rights in terms of civil society and civic space. So these are the initial thoughts I had after these 3 hours. I hand over the mic back to you.
Thank you so much, Wissam. I'm going to jump over to Dr. Gregory Stanton. Dr. Stanton, welcome. Thank you so much for joining us. So you are an expert in genocide, in fact, one of the world's foremost experts in genocide. And we know, and we've known for a while, that India is in this very precarious situation where mass violence against minorities is a real threat and continues to grow as a threat. Do you think that the member states who were making these recommendations to India drilled that in enough? Could they have done more?
No, they didn't drill it in enough, not even close to enough. In fact, there was hardly any mention of the word Muslim or of a number of the other things that are early warning signs of genocide. I mean, I'm not surprised because the UN is an operation, it's an organization made up of nation states, and nation states don't like to insult each other. So, you know, using a word like genocide probably would have raised a lot of red flags for India and other countries. But I think it needs to be said. I do think that word needs to be used, that these words have meaning, and that when you have the kind of systematic discrimination against Muslims that has been characteristic of India ever since Modi took power, I think we need to talk about early warning signs of genocide. Now, I don't, you know, only say the word genocide because these are crimes against humanity too. So, no, I was disappointed. And I, by the way, very much commend Amnesty International in its very specific recommendations for what needed to be addressed in this hearing. And I think a lot of them were taken up, but it was all in diplo speak. You know, you'll notice how, and I worked in the UN office in the State Department and wrote UN resolutions and so forth. So I'm used to the UN. And it has its own certain rituals. And as you could see these rituals, you notice how every single speech, you know, it would end with, and we wish India success in this annual review. You notice that, that's a ritual. It's a kind of a, you know, sort of, we hope you'll be friends with us kind of it's a goodbye kind of comment. That's common though. I mean, after all, it's a human organization. But one of the things I really was disappointed with was they didn't bring up any of them this this fostering of hate speech against Muslims in India. They didn't bring it, not one mentioned lynchings. Not one really took up the discriminatory aspects of the Citizenship Amendment Act and the Registration of Citizens Act and so forth in Assam and other places. When it came to Kashmir, of course, we heard not only did Pakistan, of course, say this is partly ours, or at least should be addressed as ours, but then India comes back with saying, you know, Kashmir is always going to be part of India. And that included Jammu and Kashmir. In other words, they want it all. So, you know, that was no contribution to peace between Pakistan and India. We have essentially a nationalist government in India. You know, it's in fact, I think it's actually a fascist government in India. Nationalism is actually the opening door to fascism. It's not a surprise. It always has been. And I think, in fact, that nationalism is racism on stilts, racism on steroids. Nationalism is a very dangerous force. It's caused so many wars. It's caused genocides. And so I think that whole aspect of this was really ignored in this hearing.
Thank you so much for that analysis, Dr. Stanton. On that note, actually, let's talk about what the Indian Solicitor General, what his defense of India was. I'm not sure if you were able to catch it live, but pretty much he went on his soapbox a few times to defend in, quite frankly, a shocking manner and a very surprising amount of detail going into his defense of anti-conversion laws. He called anti-conversion laws a misnomer. He also said that the abrogation of Article 370 of the Indian Constitution, which strips Kashmir of its semi-autonomy, has been a chance for Kashmiris to recognize their full potential and has contributed to more human rights in Kashmir. So all of these defenses, what are your thoughts on them? Because there is a large amount of people in India and abroad who will take these words at face value.
I mean, my instant response to that, and then everybody ought to jump in, but more rights in Kashmir? What? There are 600,000 Indian troops in Kashmir, and they're specially targeting and locking up Muslims. So, you know, this is the one Muslim state, majority state in India, and guess what? Taking away its autonomy has not increased freedom in Kashmir. In fact, it's repressed Muslims in Kashmir.
Thank you so much. I think that's a pretty accurate assessment of what the Solicitor General had to say. I'm going to jump over to Ria right now. So Ria, I know that you noticed that the Quad countries and Canada as well made a lot of very pointed comments to India. What are your thoughts on Australia and the United States, Canada? I think Canada had a pretty solid set of comments to India. What are your takes on the Quad countries like coming on kind of a little bit harder than we saw in the last UPR?
So I think what the big lesson of particularly the Quad countries and South Korea having substantive points for India points to is it shatters this choice that often is presented in DC, and I'm sure in Canberra, in Tokyo, and Seoul, that you have to make a choice between human rights and national security. These are countries that need and want India to have a deep security relationship, and they asked some of the most substantive questions, both in the advanced questions and in their recommendations. We're willing to push India more than, say, well, of course, Saudi Arabia, but even France or the UK. And so I think that, you know, we can take this message to the people we advocate with and say, look, if the US or Australia or China or Japan want a deeper security relationship, it needs to be predicated on human rights in India.
Great analysis. And I certainly hope that more countries take note of that, because we did see a lot of talk about human rights violations that are certainly important, such as the lack of access to drinking water, discrimination against people with disabilities. However, as noted, there was a lot of a lot of silence on the issue of anti-Muslim discrimination. The other thing I noticed is that Christian discrimination rarely came up. I don't think a single country mentioned discrimination against and violence against Christians specifically, other than I think it was Cyprus. But Wissam, I know you represent World Evangelical Alliance. What are your thoughts on that? Because I'll just say from my standpoint personally, I went in assuming that more countries were going to comment on attacks on churches and on basically the detention of Christian pastors, etc. What are your thoughts on that?
Well, I mean, it's a good thing that countries already mentioned, several countries mentioned specifically Muslims. I mean, that's the bigger population that is, I would say, numerically facing more violence and discrimination than the Christians. So I'm not going to say they should have mentioned Christian. If they're going to mention a minority, they should mention Muslims or Muslims and Christians. This said, for our purposes and for our objectives, it was more than enough to mention freedom of religion and religious minorities. The mention of religious minorities is important, accompanied with the recommendations related to fighting discrimination in law and fighting violence in society and issues of accountability. This said, I do note that I haven't heard much about holding accountable those who perpetrate violence against minorities, religious minorities. I wish I heard more governments, more representatives saying this to India. This said, again, I mean, for us, I felt that most of the recommendation, I have to go back to verify a few others, but most were mentioned. I reiterate myself, but I need to verify if the discrimination against Dalit in the scheduled caste implementation was mentioned, yes or not, yes or no. But yeah, mostly I believe is from the World Evangelical Alliance perspectives, our recommendations and objectives were mostly included. I don't think all of them, but mostly. At the end of the day, the issue of the rule of law and the judiciary are also important for us, more than mentioning Christians, because what a strong judiciary, an independent judiciary, a Supreme Court is what supports and protects religious minorities, including Christians. And we saw this at play recently in August when there was a petition by several Christian leaders to the Supreme Court to look into cases of violence against Christians in several states, and the Supreme Court was favorable to this petition. So again, for us, this is important. Civic space is important, the Supreme Court and the judiciary is important, and all of these were mentioned, and this is a very positive for Christians and for minorities and for Muslims. So that's our perspective on matters.
Fantastic take. Thank you so much. I'm going to jump over a little bit towards gender issues, because I know this is constantly brought up, and when it comes to the Indian context, it was brought up several times during the last UPR as well. But I do think that in recent years, and I know Ria and Dr. Stanton will be very familiar with this, that gendered violence in India has taken on a religious slant recently as well. So do you think that these countries did enough? Like when they talk about discrimination against women, was it implied strongly enough that Muslim women are under attack? Because I did not hear any mentions of the hijab ban, or if there were, I didn't catch it. These were huge issues. And they are kind of a slap in the face to this idea of Indian democracy, as Tushar Mehta loved to proclaim. What are your thoughts on the lack of emphasis on this?
Yeah, so first and foremost, I mean, not even along religious lines, but also along caste lines, right? We know that Dalit and Adivasi women experience much higher rates of gender-based violence, and maybe one or two countries mentioned the interaction between caste and gender. The US mentioned it in their advanced questions, but didn't really raise them here in the recommendations. So you have to go dig for them to actually see that these questions were even raised, right? And then of course, Muslim women, Christian women were not mentioned at all, as far as I can tell. And especially at a time when Muslim women's bodies are being policed through this hijab ban, through anti-conversion laws. one thing that I found kind of interesting and maybe not super helpful for the cause of women in India is the Iranian government mentioning gender equity. Considering the fact that Iranian women right now are also fighting for their rights to just simply exist in Iran, and that Indian women and Iranian women are building solidarity around this cause, it's not super helpful then for the Iranian government to come back and say, well, the Indians aren't doing enough on gender equity. And then the Indian government can come back and of course say, well, the Iranians are not doing enough on gender equity. Only 3 countries this time around mentioned the marital rape loophole and the criminalization of marital rape as a recommendation for India. It's more than likely going to be criminalized next year based on the abortion ruling that happened by the Indian Supreme Court in it when the Indian Supreme Court reaffirmed women's right to choose, and it said that marital rape is rape. And this lays the groundwork for the Indian government to actually, or the Indian Supreme Court, not the Indian government, to actually criminalize marital rape. But the BJP government has made efforts to actually block legislation that would otherwise criminalize marital rape. So that is, on the gender side, a lot more could have been done and said to help the cause of women in India.
Thank you so much, Ria. Dr. Stanton, do you have any additional thoughts on the gender issue in India and how violence against a minority that is threatened with genocide is also taking on this gendered slant?
Yeah, as you know, we at Genocide Watch consider femicide a form of genocide. And it's common in the world. It's not a secret to anybody. It's not just in India, it's also in Mexico. It's here in the United States even. And in Canada, my gosh, the gender violence against Indigenous women is just rampant. So yeah, it wasn't really brought up here in the hearing. One thing that was interesting to me was how many countries mentioned that there's a law now that outlaws transgender violence. I was interested in that. That actually is progressive on the part of India, compared to, say, the United States, where, you've got a lot of real reactionaries on transgender rights. But I think as far as the rights of women is concerned, especially how it relates to their religious groups, no, it wasn't brought up. And again, nobody talked about the hijab ban. We also didn't hear about a lot of the other basic rights of women in this, even though I think that, India is certainly not as bad as Iran in terms of the rights of women. Goodness gracious, that was quite hypocritical of Iran to bring this up. Anyway, I'm not surprised. Hypocrisy is pretty well known among diplomats, actually. So.
Thank you so much. Yes, Ria.
Yes, one thing that I would like to add, as Dr. Stanton, you mentioned that the rights of trans people in India have been acknowledged, that in South Asia, traditionally, there is not a gender binary. Traditionally, there was 3 genders. This is all gender history, right? But now in many South Asian countries, there is a 3rd option in government documents for gender. And this is seen as very progressive in the West, but in many South Asian countries, this is just a reversion to pre-colonial understanding of gender. And so that, which is a good thing, right? But that's just an added context, I think.
Thanks, Ria. I see that we're joined now by John Prabhudas. Thank you so much, John, for joining us today. Again, for our viewers, John is the chairman of the Federation of Indian American Christian Organizations in North America, FIACONA. John, I'm so happy to have you here with us. We do have a question for you that was brought up by none other than Tushar Mehta, India's Solicitor General, via his very odd defense of anti-conversion laws. And I wanted to know your thoughts on that. So Mehta said that anti-conversion laws protect freedom of religion, and he called it a misnomer to say that, you know, they're anti-conversion laws. And I'd like to know, what are your thoughts on this, given that this affects pretty much every Christian living in India today?
Well, the anti-convert, thank you for having me. I apologize for the delay in joining the panel. Yes, the anti-conversion laws it's a concern for the Indian Christians, not because it prevents conversion, but because it is being misused to arrest and torture and have tie down the churches and the Christian workers in a long court battles through these anti-conversion laws. And what simply happens is this year, our report is getting prepared. This year, in January, we will be releasing our annual report. You can see incident after incident, wherever the mob goes and attacks a congregation, whether it's a regular church operating for hundreds of years, or whether it's a small Bible study in a house, private Bible study in a house, the mobs go and attack, and the victims are the Christian victims and the families, children and women. Not only they are victimized, they are beaten up badly, that in many cases they need medical attention, but they can't go to the police because the police arrest them as having been involved in trying to convert forcibly the non-Christians. Now, what forcible means? That's where the problem comes. The forcible could be praying for a sick, could be a forcible conversion. Providing education could be a forced conversion. So what does the anti-conversion law aims to do? Is it genuinely trying to prevent unlawful conversions, or are they designed to harass and intimidate and persecute the Christian population? That is our concern, because if you look at it in the last few years, all the cases where the Christians are arrested, it is all under the anti-conversion laws, 99% of the times. And why, if the anti-conversion laws are designed to protect the religious minorities or protect the people from illegally converting, then why are they using it against the Christians in a targeted way? So that is a major concern. They do come to Washington and they try to convince them in Washington to talk to the policymakers in Washington and convince them that, oh, these are legal.
Sorry? With where the places with all the flags?
Okay.
Yes.
Sorry, continue.
Okay, sorry. So and there's another concern is also there. I was talking to a few legal experts just 2 days ago in Washington, and their concern is that the BJP government has plans to bring this kind of similar kind of a law at the national level in the parliament. And if it comes on now, right now it is at the state levels. Now the national government is trying to take all the powers from the states, and this was not supposed to be in the constitution, according to the framers of the Constitution of India. It is a union of different nation states coming together, linguistic, religious, and so forth, all coming together, forming a Union of India. Now, the Union of India is trying to, the federal government, as you know, we may know them as a federal government or central government, is trying to take all the powers. And one of the things that they are trying to do is to create this national conversion law that would outlaw these kind of things. And successfully, they have enough proxies in Washington that would protect and protect their arguments and protect their activities and ignore our voices. And that is also a major concern. And that's so I mean, it's the long answer to your simple question. Yes, it is a major concern for us. And if we have to stop this, we need to understand what the consequences of it will be in the society and to a large extent, and how that consequences is going to impact the interest of the international community, both legal, economic, strategic, and all and so forth. If the international community doesn't have the patience to understand this thing, I think we are looking at a grim future, at least in the near future. Thank you.
Thank you so much, John. I appreciate the long answer, actually, because that gives us a lot of much needed context for why Mr. Mehta's comments were quite frankly inappropriate. But on that topic, because Mr. Mehta is giving us so much to react to, Dr. Stanton, Mr. Mehta also mentioned that the Citizenship Amendment Act is not discriminatory, and that it is a focused act that does not threaten the citizenship of any individuals living in India right now. And he also said that it is only limited to refugees from certain groups coming from 3 specific countries. However, that being said, all major human rights organizations, from Amnesty International to Human Rights Watch to pretty much all the big names out there, have criticized the CAA in some way. Could you share your thoughts on what is the reality of the CAA? You're on mute. Dr. Stanton, you're muted.
He was lying. It is discriminatory. The fact is, the act specifies certain religious groups that if you belong to them and you come as a refugee from Afghanistan or some of the surrounding countries, that India will fast track your ability to become a citizen of India, except for Muslims. Now, if that isn't discrimination, I don't know what is. You actually are, it's just left out. And so it's especially targeted, of course. And he was a little reference to that. It is targeted against the people who fled from Bangladesh in 1971. And that's millions of Muslims who came during the Bangladesh Civil War and genocide. Bangladesh experienced one of the worst genocides of the 20th century. Probably 3 million people killed. And hardly anybody seems to know about it. But that is what forced a lot of people to go to Assam. And so guess where they have really applied this in their census and so forth? Assam. So if that is not discrimination, I don't know what is. So he was just lying.
Thank you so much, Dr. Stanton, for that much needed context. Like you said, this is a game of politics, and oftentimes politics is lacking in that. I see now we're rejoined by, really quickly, I'm going to turn the same question over to Mr. Ajit Sahi, our advocacy director. Ajit, I'm going to pose the same question to you. What is wrong with Tushar Mehta's analysis of or defense of the Citizenship Amendment Act? And while you're at it, why not address his defense of the UAPA as well, the Unlawful Activities Prevention Act?
Right. So the Citizenship Amendment Act is an absolutely duplicitous act, as Dr. Stanton talked about it. Now, here's what's going on. The law itself does not say use the word discrimination. There is no reference to the discrimination. Also, it is made to sound very benevolent as a piece of legislation. But here's the thing, and this has been called out internationally by various groups. In fact, it has also been called out by the United States Commission on International Religious Freedom, which wrote about it in 2020. The CAA basically is about providing expedited citizenship to people who had come from outside of India from these three countries before 2014, right? The other part of the puzzle is the NRC, the National Register for Citizens. Here is how the CAA is going to play out. The National Register for Citizens is an absolutely dubious and insidious project which seeks confirmation of citizenship, proofs of citizenship from all citizens of India. Now, what are the documents that you can submit for proof of citizenship? They would namely be, this is what we have figured out from the NRC process in the state of Assam, either your ownership or your parents' ownership or your family's ownership of land in India, or your birth certificate or your parents' birth certificate going back decades. Now, here is what's going to happen. Somebody like me, I was born at home. I do not have a birth certificate. I am a Hindu. My parents were born at home. They did not have a birth certificate because in India, millions upon millions of people still do not have birth certificates. And in the ages past, a lot more millions did not have birth certificates. People did not even know. Famously in India, people did not even know when they were born, the year they were born. If you go to many of the rural areas especially and speak with people who are extremely poor, and if you ask them how old you are, they will give you answers which will be anything between 30 and 50 years old. They don't know how old they are. My parents never owned a piece of land. My ancestors owned a piece of land, but that was sold off decades ago. So here is where I am. If I am in India, and if I am asked to prove my citizenship under the NRC, I will not be able to prove my citizenship. This will happen to millions of Hindus. It will also happen to millions of Muslims. It will happen to millions of people of all faiths, as we have seen happen in the state of Assam. This is where the Citizenship Amendment Act will kick in. The Citizenship Amendment Act will look at me and say, all right, this is a Hindu guy. He doesn't have documents. He is therefore not a citizen. However, because the CAA is willing to provide citizenship in an expedited manner to these categories of people from the neighboring countries, we will simply assume that this man, Ajit Sahi, is a migrant from either Bangladesh or Pakistan or Afghanistan, and therefore we will make him whole again through this law. I hope that makes it clear to everybody. So the CAA, it's an extremely dubious, insidious piece of legislation. It is typical of the extreme, too clever by half nature of the Brahminical order that the Hindu society has suffered for thousands of years. Too clever by half, too smart, so that nobody can raise a finger at them. Now, if there were like 5 people or 10 people or 20 people, then we can always, those 20 people, 20 cases can always be highlighted and people can say, look, this guy's family has always lived in whatever, Delhi. How are we saying that this guy is from Pakistan? But there will be millions of people. In Assam, the NRC that was the NRC that was submitted, finalized on 31st of August 2019, fully 1.9 million people were found to be outside of the NRC and therefore declared to be non-citizens, which famously, as newspapers have reported, included an army officer, among other people, who had documents but were not accepted as proof of citizenship. Now, what happened was that of those 1.9 million people, only 500,000 were Muslims. To the surprise of the Hindu nationalists of the BJP RSS, 1.4 million were Hindus. And therefore, we have seen over the last 3 years, that is why the CAA, actually, this was submitted in August 31st. The NRC in Assam was finalized on August 31st. And the CAA was brought to Parliament in October, and it was approved by Parliament on 11th of December. Within 3 months, or less than 3 months, within 2.5 months of the Assam NRC, because this was unacceptable that 1.4 million Hindus will be made stateless, which is what NRC was. That's why they quickly came up with this idea, how to make everybody whole again, how to make all the non-Muslims who are in NRC whole again. Now you project this on all of India. India has 1.4 billion people. If you go start looking for their citizenship documents, I would be inclined to believe more than, I mean, the government says it feeds 850 million people, it gives them food, otherwise they will just die. So we can imagine if 850 million people do not even have food, they will hardly have documents to prove their citizenship going back decades. So we are literally looking at anything upwards of 800 million people who will be outside of the NRC, which is when the CAA will be deployed, and we will see a whole bunch of these non-Muslims given the citizenship back, whereas the 200 million plus Muslims of India there who have for centuries lived in India, their citizenship will not be given back to them. And therefore, we are looking at an unprecedented situation. Never in human history has such a large number of people faced the threat of being turned stateless. I'm sorry I took a lot of time, but I thought it was important to explain this.
Honestly, it was a great explanation. And I know Genocide Watch would probably add that mass statelessness is also one of the warning signs of genocide. So thank you so much, Ajit. We appreciate the explanation. I'm going to jump now to Ashlyn Lynch-Kelly, our genocide desk researcher at IMC, who is right now standing outside the United Nations office in Geneva. Ashlyn, thank you so much again for being outside the UN office and for taking the time to join us from there. I want to get your thoughts on how the UPR recommendations went. We saw some pretty hard-hitting recommendations, like from Canada, who recommended that India investigate all cases of religious violence, including against Muslims. And then we saw like Costa Rica recommending that India eradicate all forms of discrimination against Dalits. However, there were a lot of issues that were not raised at all. So Ashlyn, you are very well versed in the major trends of hate speech and violence in India. What do you think should have been mentioned that wasn't brought up?
I think like Dr. Stanton, I was quite surprised by the lack of specificity when it came to the recommendations. So for instance, with the United States, in the questions that they formally submitted, they explicitly talked about the hijab ban, they explicitly talked about really like the anti-conversion laws and very specific pieces of legislation. And when it came to their recommendations, it was much less specific than that. So they did reference freedom of speech and the prolonged detentions and the problems with that. But they didn't really recognize, as with most countries, the specific cases that are really important to talk about, not just because they're ongoing issues in India, but because in order to understand the human rights, you usually have to understand that there's a level of intersectionality there. If you look at the hijab ban, for instance, it's not just targeting Muslims, it's targeting Muslim women. I would have liked to see that. I think that there was some good recommendations from specific countries, such as Iceland, where they talked about the necessity to comply with the legislation on refugees and statelessness, which I do think was a nod to the CAA-NRC combination. But again, I would have preferred to see a more specific, explicit discussion of that, because it's quite easy to kind of ignore a recommendation like that if you look at the situation in the region, particularly with the influx of Rohingya Muslims. And I do think it would be important to look at the legislation when it comes to statelessness, and the fact that if you implement if the Indian government implements the CAA and then the NRC as they anticipate to do so, now that COVID is somewhat over, you're going to force millions of people to become stateless, and that needed to be said in a more explicit way. One of the things I did like was the topics that Switzerland and Sweden spoke about when it came to freedom of expression, and the fact that that needs to be relevant on the internet, because we do know that there is a huge issue with freedom of expression on the internet in India, and that's something that's really seeping into the diaspora at the moment. As we've seen in Anaheim and in Edison, and then more recently in Leicester, there is a huge problem with accounts being created on Twitter and Facebook that are then influencing violence that's happening in the diaspora. And I think, as one of the other presenters mentioned earlier on, I was also very disappointed with what the UK had to say. Again, if you look at their submitted questions, they differ quite dramatically to their actual findings, and they didn't, as with the last UPR that they were part of, they didn't explicitly talk about anti-communal legislation. And I do think the US and the UK, as countries that are not only democratic countries, and the United States, we often call it the leader of the free world, they not only have to be an example, but also they do have a very large Indian diaspora, and so they have to be held accountable for safeguarding their own citizens, not just citizens in India.
Can I just come in here for just a brief while,
Yes.
if you allow me?
Absolutely.
One of the great recommendations today was from Belgium, and they asked India to revise the Armed Forces Special Powers Act. The Armed Forces Special Powers Act is one of the most regressive, draconian pieces of security legislation anywhere on the planet. Unfortunately, it has existed on the Indian statute books for the last, how long now? 60 plus years. It was legislated, if my memory serves me right, around 1958, when India had barely been free for 11 years, and India had freed itself. I mean, India's freedom struggle, the struggle for freedom from British colonial rule was epic. It is one of the most unprecedented kind of freedom struggle, and it was built on non-violence. And it is a tragedy that the very first government of India in 1958 enacted this piece of legislation, which made India, which basically this piece of law provides complete, total impunity to India's armed forces for any kind of violence. We have seen, especially in India's northeastern states, where this law has been deployed since 1958 to devastating effect, where India's armed forces have carried out, they are serial violators. We hear a lot about how the Pakistani armed forces have carried out human rights violations. It is unfortunate that in the West, as well as in India, hardly anybody talks about the mass violations of human rights by the Indian security agencies, including the Indian armed forces. I think about 10 years ago, India's Supreme Court acknowledged that there were killings, some more than, if my memory serves me right, about 1,000 killings, extrajudicial killings by the Indian armed forces. So the Armed Forces Special Powers Act, literally, India's borders from Kashmir to Northeast are run on the security premise. There is no, it's like a parallel would be if the United States, southern borders of the United States or the northern borders, if people's civil and political liberties were quashed and were trampled upon for decades upon decades, if people were just extrajudicially killed on a daily basis by the US Army in its own states, its own citizens, with no questions asked. That is what is going on in India. So Armed Forces Special Powers absolutely, that act absolutely needs to go. And I think the other recommendation, and that's something that maybe John Prabhudas could talk a little bit about, was what Australia talking about, the revision of the changes in the FCRA, because FCRA, the Foreign Contribution Regulation Act, also has been horribly amended. It's been put to tremendous abuse, to basically impact tens of thousands of NGOs that were getting money from international donations, foreign donations, and were providing basic services to millions of people in India. That has been completely stopped. Foreign donations have been literally criminalized by the changes to the FCRA, the Foreign Contribution Regulation Act. And the irony is that the Hindutva related, the Hindu supremacist organizations globally, they are freely sending money to India, which is being used in India to fund the armed, violent Hindu mobs and organizations such as the Bajrang Dal and the Vishwa Hindu Parishad in India. And these are being funded by the Hindu supremacist diaspora, including right here in the United States. But at the same time, the genuine NGOs are not being allowed money. And I think the Christian community in India has been, in fact, singularly been impacted by the changes in FCRA. So I just wanted to make this point, and I would love to hear from John Prabhudas. Thank you so much.
Absolutely, John. We'd love to hear your thoughts on the FCRA.
The FCRA, thank you, Ajit, for bringing up that issue. The FCRA, the Foreign Contribution Regulation Act, was enacted long time back for various political reasons. Now, in the hands of the BJP, it has been weaponized to go after targeting Christian institutions. One of the major victims in the about 5-6 years ago was Compassion International. One of the charities, about 700,000 some children were benefiting from it. all across the country. Now, their argument at the time, I'm giving this example to demonstrate a point. Their argument at the time is that this money that you are bringing into the country, helping the, you say, the poor children, is mainly to force them to come to churches and baptize them and convert them. Now, after long discussions back and forth with them, it was proven that the children who are benefiting from it are mostly the children of the widows, are the most poor of the poorest in the country, who are already baptized, who are already attending the churches. Now, this was not going out there and bringing the non-Christians to become Christians. Their argument is that that's not the case. Now, after back and forth the arguments, they held on to their belief, and we said we can even put in some of the recommendations that they provided. Now, in the meantime, it also became evident that if Compassion International, or for that matter, any charity in this matter, that has an operation, social work in India, could give a large sum of money to some of these organizations. I don't want to name them here. And so then the government will reconsider their action. So I saw that as a shakedown, nothing but a shakedown of Christian institutions to get their money. If you refuse to do that, then they have enough provisions, amended enough provisions in the Foreign Contribution Regulation Act to target anybody. And one of the stark examples last Christmas was Mother Teresa's Missionaries of Charity. That was without a notice, without any, and the reason that they gave was that adverse input, one line. Adverse input was the reason for denying or recalling the FCRA permit to Mother Teresa's Missionaries of Charity. Now, to the shame of the United States kept quiet, did not make much noise about it, but to the credit of the UK Parliament, they had a discussion on a Tuesday on this matter, and that afternoon, India quietly reinstated the MCRA permit. So it is effective as long as the international community understands what's happening to the Christian community in the name of all these different gimmicks that the BJP government comes with. It is evident that it is not genuinely a legal concern that they have for amending the FCRA regulations. Now, their target is either you make money out of it or shut them down. If they pay enough, then you let them operate. If they don't pay enough, then shut them down. Now, they go after very, very selective, large organizations that have a large footprint in India. So it is a concern. It is a concern, and unfortunately, Washington sees that as a problem to do with India and not the US. I disagree here, because the organizations that are raising funds, so for example, in the case of Compassion International, about 500,000 to 750,000 families were paying $30, $40 a month to help a child in India. Now, when India decides to throw that organization out of India and freeze their bank accounts, what happens is a $40 given by an American family in Texas, in South Dakota, or in Wyoming, are the one who lost out on this thing. Their adopted child in India was forcibly, violently taken away from them. And number two, it becomes a Wyoming problem or a Texas problem or a Maryland problem, because Here are the families who have adopted and their child is taken away from them. How come it is still an India's problem, not America's problem? So I'm trying to tell the lawmakers in America, in the State Department, that you are looking at it from a wrong side of this issue. You need to really see how American interest is impacted by the decisions that made by the current state in India, or the political party that's running the country in India, and their proxies are here shamelessly going around peddling a false narrative and lying to the members of Congress and lying to the State Department, and it is it is shameful as to what's happening in Washington. It's shameful as to what's happening in India, but it is more shameful that Washington allows them to do this thing. So FCRA issue is not going to be able to effectively addressed as long as the donor countries see that as an assault on their activities, that the families in those countries are impacted by it. Unless that realization comes, the FCRA is going to continue to be weaponized and used very specifically targeted against Christian institutions. Like Ajit said, people like firebrand, venom-spewing speakers like preachers from the Hindu right come to the U.S. like Sadhvir Tamra and others, and they can collect millions of dollars. They can take it there to India to foment violence, to aid this kind of hatred at the grassroots level, and that's okay, because we still don't see how it impacts the overall thing. We have to understand something. India will be a strong partner to the United States and to the West in general, as long as India remains a liberal democracy with no civil unrest in the ground. Once you have a civil unrest starts, I mean, it's already there. Once it starts growing, then all that we are hoping that India is a democracy, India is a vibrant economy, all those things are going to go away, and our rights are going to, our interests are going to be impacted. The Western countries' interests will be impacted. That realization should come now and not later.
John, fantastic observations. I'm glad you raised that up, because I know Ajit also says this, that in India that is collapsing on every level of democracy is not an India that is useful to anyone, including itself. So I want to go back to Ashlyn really quickly, because there were a number of countries, Estonia, Greece, Ireland, Latvia, and Australia that explicitly mentioned that civil society in India needs to be protected, that there is a shrinking of civic spaces, and that there is a targeting of activists. One country specifically mentioned that journalists are being targeted as well. I believe that was the United States. Journalists and activists are being threatened and locked up for their work. Ashlyn, can you talk more about this? I know it was brought up by some countries, but given that all of these or most of these countries like making the recommendations are democratic nations, talk about, do you think enough countries spoke about the shrinking civic spaces, and why are we so concerned about that in India right now?
So I think that the countries that did speak about it, that was really good. I would have expected almost every country that had concerns surrounding human rights, specifically against religious minorities, or any level of freedom of expression, to explicitly talk about the attack against the freedom of the press, and the fact that there's become a level of retributive justice for journalists in the entire country. We specifically see that in Jammu and Kashmir, where journalists are imprisoned and there's no capacity to have a free trial, and then there's no capacity to open up the mechanisms of the judicial process to NGOs such as Amnesty International. But it's a growing concern, not just when it comes to journalists, but also when it comes to workers of much smaller NGOs. So for instance, somebody that I spoke to who runs a local NGO in Uttar Pradesh has talked about how since the BJP came to power in that state, he's the level of threats that he's received from the police, from the open harassment from militia members, the fact that there's a level of impunity that he's never experienced before, that he at one point had to leave and come to the Netherlands to be housed by an NGO that takes care of people who can't stay in their home country, is something that he's never experienced before. And I think when you look at that and the level at which and the number of times it's happening on the ground, I would have expected more countries to explicitly talk about that, and the fact that it's not just about freedom of expression, it's about the specific attacks on journalists, on people who are trying to have an open conversation, and who are trying to talk about the problems that are happening in India, and they're being explicitly punished by the state, and they receive jail time because of their activism, which is obviously a huge concern, especially when we constantly conceptualize India, especially in the West, as the world's largest democracy. So can you really call that a democracy if there's no such thing as freedom of expression? So yeah, I think like quite a lot of people, I was quite disappointed by the lack of attention to that, and especially the fact that if countries did mention it, it was more of in a general way. It wasn't looking at the specifics of the situation.
Absolutely. And I think you mentioned an important point, which is the way that the attacks on civil society and journalists also feed into this idea that the judiciary is also compromised. And the only two countries that specifically said that India needs to strengthen the independence of its judiciary were Estonia and Norway. So can you comment on that as well? Like why, what's the problem with India's judiciary right now?
I mean, when it comes to the judiciary in India at every level, we see that whether it goes to the Supreme Court, the high courts in the states, even just the low-level courts, it's been compromised. It's become a means of facilitating the expansion of Hindutva ideology. It's become a means of persecuting against religious minorities and those who want to speak out against those who hold power. So the fact that when India was talking about the fact that the Indian delegation was talking about the fact that there are levers in place, as you would expect in any democracy, to kind of safeguard each of the judiciary, the executive, and the legislature, that doesn't exist anymore. If you look at this recent Supreme Court decisions regarding the constitutionality of things like the CAA, even recently with the hijab ban, there was a 2-panel bench that was just completely undecided. And so we're now in a situation where every single level of the court has not overruled the hijab ban. And until another Supreme Court bench is put together, those women in Karnataka have to choose between education and religious expression. So it's been completely compromised. There was even an example of a Supreme Court, the former Chief Justice of the Supreme Court actually received a BJP nomination a few years ago. So the connection between the party and the judiciary, there's not really a separation of powers as you would expect, and there's no real way of holding the members of the judiciary to account.
Thank you, Ashlyn, for those insightful comments. We appreciate it. I have time, I think, for 2 more questions, so I'm going to try to make them quick. I noticed that Malaysia was the only country that said that India should take concrete steps to eradicate extremism that affects religious minorities in India. Dr. Stanton, what did you think of that?
I was thrilled. Absolutely thrilled. It was really great. They said, stop discrimination based on religion. I mean, boy, that's pretty direct. And they were right. So I was delighted about that. Others who were trying to be oblique and tried to kind of mention it in a passing way that didn't offend India, really didn't say it as directly. And it was very good. One of the things that I also noticed is almost nobody mentioned hate speech. Norway did. But that is one of the ways in which this Hindutva movement is, trying to propagandize India. And it really needs to be addressed. So I wish more countries had talked about that, because it is rampant in India. And in fact, my view is that, the platforms that use hate speech, that on which hate speech exists, like, the usual Facebook, WhatsApp, etc., they need to be confronted with this. In fact, my view is that they ought to be sued in India and elsewhere as well. So I was really delighted about that. One thing to notice also about the Foreign Contributions Regulation Act, one of the ways that a country intends to become more authoritarian is when they crack down on civil society organizations. And that is exactly the intent of that act. You can see it around the world. That's what Hungary did when it wanted to shut down civil society organizations, and it managed to even drive out the Central European University. So, the Hungarian neo-fascist regime started off with those measures to, try to regulate the NGOs and even universities. And that is really worrying about India. It's an aspect of what we call the polarization stage in genocide. It's where you try to drive out the moderates.
Dr. Sandin, appreciate your insights. I have one last question before we wrap up, and that is for Wissam. We're going to go back to pretty much the basics of the UPR. What can we expect to see next? Because obviously the UPR is not the full extent of countries' diplomatic relationships with India. So I guess the question here is, what happens next? And are the countries who went hard on India in their questioning going to continue to go hard, or can we say that this is more of a PR thing?
Well, regarding specifically to the UPR, next week we will have a document which will be the outcome of this review session that will include all the recommendations that were made very specifically. And within the coming 3-4 months, I think in March 2023, we will have a session at the Human Rights Council when India will basically publicize all the recommendations that India accepted and all the recommendations India noted. So we will be already convening back then to see what will become what action plan for human rights advancement will come out from this effort, and this from this session that we just had today. And basically, so in March 2023 at the Human Rights Council, it will be important to understand what our advocacy will be in the coming 5 years. Will it be for India to implement the recommendation it has accepted and that we made, or will it be to basically continue our advocacy and pressure towards the recommendations that we made, basically? Now, when it comes to all the other governments that who issued recommendations to India, well, I mean, we just saw today one of the manifestation of global relationships as they come to human rights work. Many governments, if you go and tell them, why didn't you bring up this specific issue? They will say, well, we bring it up in our bilateral relations. We don't want to bring it up at the UPR, for example, or at the human rights. So that is important. We should go to these governments and tell them, well, did you bring this up in your bilateral relation when you met with your Indian counterpart? That is part of the work that as an NGOs we should be continue doing. But ultimately, we believe, and this is, if I want to conclude with a message, is for the Indian government, for the BJP, but not only the BJP, all the parties, all the ruling parties in India, all the political factions in India. India says that it's a democracy. However, we have documented, we have noted that the minorities are not protected. If minorities are not protected, including religious minorities, it's not really a democracy. It's not fully a democracy. So it is the responsibility of India to respect and protect human rights and human dignity for all of its citizens. I wish we weren't lobbying any government. I wish we were talking directly to the Indian government. I wish I was in India together with the evangelical churches and telling the Indian government, talking to them and seeing how we can work together towards respect for human rights. This is the ideal scenario situation. The ideal scenario isn't us lobbying. The ideal scenario is us talking and working with the Indian government that I wish we can see in the coming 5 years, regardless of the outcome of this UPR. That is my wish. And I hope this will happen in the coming 5 years. I say 5 years because that's the period of the UPR.
We appreciate those very powerful concluding remarks. And I want to give a huge thank you to all of our panelists, Dr. Stanton, John, Ashlyn, Wissam, Ria, and special appearance from Ajit as always. Thank you all to our viewers as well for joining us, and to our coalition partners who helped us put on this event, as well as our behind the scenes team who did all of that video work. Thank you all, and